That's okay.
This meeting of the Shreveport City Council is now called to order. Councilman Green will give the invocation and Councilman Butcher will lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, God, for this day, and thank you for this opportunity to carry on this work of the city for the citizens. And we ask you to bless this meeting, and whatever we do, let it be done decent and in order. And Lord, we also ask that you would bless our chairman who's with us today through Zoom, and bless everyone on the sound of my voice. And let us carry out this meeting in a Christ-like manner. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Everyone face the flag and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Fuller.
Here.
Councilman Nicholson.
Present.
Councilman Butcher.
Here.
Councilman Fleury. Councilman Green.
I'm here.
And Councilman Bowman.
Here.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes
So moved.
of the Administrative Conference and City Council meeting from July 28th? That's a motion from Councilman Green and a second from Councilman Bowman. Call for the vote.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm supposed to be chairing the meeting today, and I'm not sure why y'all started without me there. But
Because
I'm
nobody told
chairing the
me.
meeting today.
I apologize. The gavel was sitting at my seat, so I didn't realize it.
Councilman
Yeah.
Fleury is chairing the meeting today.
I'm standing by, so I'd like to take over if it's.
By all means, I'm happy to have you do it.
Mr. Chairman.
I believe we're calling the roll.
We have called the roll.
Just call.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, I haven't been. My name hasn't been called.
Councilman Fleury.
That's okay. That's okay. We're fine. Let's just move forward, okay? Let me say this because at the beginning, I wanted to extend greetings to the mayor and to the city council and to those in the audience and those that are watching by internet today. I want to welcome you and to the council meeting, and I'd like to give you a little update on my health. I continue to make progress, and I just want to tell you, I feel all of the prayers that the city I have received, because I feel them, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I believe we've already had a motion to approve the minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does any council member have any awards, recognition, or distinguished guests not to exceed 15 minutes?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Fleury. I just need your vote for the minutes.
I'm not seeing the, let me see here. Let's see what, Keith? They must be having some some problems there. And I'm not able to see the chamber like we were a while ago. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Keith, I'm not able to see the chamber.
Yeah, we'll go and update or move the laptop real quick, but we lost the virtual camera that let you see.
Okay, all right. Well, let me just step back and let Vice Chair take back over.
We can see you.
I'm sorry.
We can
Looks
see-
like we got a problem here, so I'm gonna ask Ms. Fuller to continue.
Yes, sir.
Can I get his vote?
Can he raise his hand? Can he do a raise his hand and vote? Councilman
just
Fleury,
said
you
he-
can raise your hand.
Yes or no?
Yes. Madam Vice Chair.
I think it was going to be Green, then you, Nicholson, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want to wait until we get this sorted out, if y'all are okay with that.
Of course.
Chairman Fleury, I'm going to go ahead and pause and see if we can
Yes.
get this sorted out. If you okay with that? Or would you like me to continue with awards
Now,
and?
you can go ahead and continue, please.
Okay. The Vice Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I still need to get his vote to close this vote out.
He said yes.
He did?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank you for making a selection of Mr. Whitehorn. If you know from when you brought it to me that my vote was no, and it was no for a long time. And then one Sunday morning you came to my church and when you worshiped with us, and after service you was on your way to Mount Olive Baptist Church to do a Black History. And you came to me and you wanted to go in the office and you said, Councilman, would you just pray about it? You didn't say, well, I'll do this for you. You just said, would you pray about it? And I said, I would. And after praying about it, then my answer was yes. And certainly I'd like to say that from that, I believe that you made a wise choice. And Mr. Whitehorn, I'd like to congratulate you for doing a great job. And but I wanted to say that, but I want to ask a question. On this furlough, you know, we got a lot of people on furlough. Because of the money situation. And so you all have made a wise choice in doing that. But then people been calling me about giving the police officers a raise, and I'm not against a raise. I'm not against anybody getting any money. But last week, council meeting, we voted to give the city a line of credit, and from my understanding that we were doing that for the just in case, because nobody knows how long this COVID is going to last. And so therefore, our tax money is down and we cannot afford raises at this particular time from what I understand. So my point is, Mr. Whitehorn, is that in the charter, it states that you can't just haphazardly give a raise. You got to know where the money is coming from. If not, you'll break the law. We just can't say, well, we're going to give a raise and then we'll figure out how to get the money. So my question is, if in fact in 2 weeks, just say this would happen to pass, how much of a burden would that be on the rest of the departments and on our city at this point in time?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. We have had some discussions about the impact of this particular pay raise and how we don't really have all the details yet. We had a conversation this morning with co-chair Councilwoman Fuller, and we shared some information with her as to how we feel that this would impact Shreveport PD in particular, with the way the funding is set up at this time. It only impacts them at this time because it deals with vacant positions. That is the funding source. So it wouldn't necessarily impact any other department. It would, however, create some problems within the police department on how they're able to respond to the calls for service. And so at this time, I don't have enough information to put out there regarding the pay raise because it has not been presented to us fully yet.
So I guess would it be safe to say it's kind of like one child needs shoes and you buy the other one a new car? So thank you, Mr. Chief. Ben Raymond is chief in. Chief, would you come up for a minute? Chief, good to see you. Thank you. I have one of my constituents, Mr. Sam Gillum. He called me yesterday. And he said to me to say to you and to say to the city that on last week on Alton Street, that your officers did a complete textbook episode. There was a man over there who was an active shooter, and he was shooting up everything. In fact, former councilman Joe Shine, he shot the windows out of his truck. It was active, it was unbelievable. But he said when your officers came on the scene, they could have killed this guy because he was an active shooter. He said, but whatever training you all have started worked. And these guys are some heroes. And what I'd like, I don't even know if you know all their names, but I think today is a day that we need to find them wherever they are, have them to come to this chamber, because the situation could have turned out a whole lot different. He said, but your officers talked him through the situation, laid the gun down, everything was peaceful. The fire department came, they took over. This man had a mental health condition, but he said, as a textbook episode, that you all did a great job. And he wanted you to know, he wanted the city to know that unlike other situations, then they handled that top of the line. And I wanted to commend you all today. So if you could get them, call whoever to see if they could just come down today, because on yesterday there was another episode that happened in Bossier, and that guy won't be able to go home to his parents or go wherever today, but that individual would. On the next note I have, Chief, is that some time ago, your officers, they used a taser, and it was said that they had to use it, I don't know how many times, to tase the guy. So then I discovered that if it took that long, of course, it must be misfunctioning. So therefore, from my understanding, I'm not a genius, but would it be safe to say that you all are working with old equipment and those tasers are actually out of date?
It would be safe to say that it's old equipment, but we are purchasing new tasers as we speak.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about
But yes,
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
it is old equipment.
Yes, sir. And so, therefore, Chief, what I'd like for you to do, would you just tell the citizens, and I'm going to be one of your marketing individuals, tell the citizens the benefits of being a Shreveport police officer. I know you can't tell a whole deal, but would you just give a
Yes, sir.
briefing on what the benefits are?
And so I think when you talk about recruitment and benefits of being a police officer, you're talking to several different groups of people. Historically, the police department has tried to attract those applicants that have a heart for service and they want to make a career of the Shreveport Police Department. But I think that we're missing the boat in some ways, because there are plenty of people that will make good police officers, but they may not have actually been drawn to the career. They may not be familiar with what it means to be able to serve the citizens. And so I think we might do a better job of explaining some of the benefits of just the job in and of itself. Retirement is what I'm going to start with, since I'm going to be fairly brief. A 25-year police officer is eligible for retirement. And under the new guidelines of those officers hired after 2013, which obviously will be any of those in the future, at 25 years of service, they're going to go to the house making 75% of their high 3 years of service for the rest of their life. If they have a spouse and they make, there's obviously various selections to retirement, they could select to make slightly reduced amount, and upon their death, if their spouse survives, their spouse gets that payment for life. Very few jobs have a 25-year retirement, and so I'm going to use myself as an example. I was hired in the police department at the age of 21. I'm about to turn 43. In 4 years, I can retire and go to the house and collect a large portion of my salary for the rest of my life. I could choose to stay longer. At 30 years, I'll collect 100% of my salary for the rest of my life. So I'll be 51 years old, God willing, at the house making the same amount of money I made the day I left the police department. Very few careers allow you to retire in your 40s or 50s. If you're an older person, not older in that you maybe had a previous career, you're vested at 12 years of service. So you could come on to the police department at the age of 40, 45, 50, complete 12, 15, 20 years, whatever your health allows and your body allows you to do, still go home with the retirement. Health benefits, benefits for your family, dental benefits. You start off with 3 weeks of vacation from the first year in the police department. I've been there 20 years. I've got 6 weeks of vacation. I turn in vacation at the end of the year because I can't use it all, because I can't be gone that often. 240 hours of comp time. I've had 240 hours of comp time for 5 years. I can't build up anymore. I can't take off. 9 paid holidays a year. So I think for those individuals that might not necessarily be drawn to police work, you got to look at what we have to offer in far of a career field and a career move. And not forgetting the fact that you're able to contribute something to your city, to the citizens, to your family members that'll have lasting, that'll outlast you.
Thank you, Chief. I just wanted the general public to know the benefits. And I've talked to you, and I want everybody to know that I'm not against giving the police department a raise. I'm not against giving any raises. But for such a time as this, I think you have to know when to hold them and when to fold them. And right now, it's just not a good time. And I just wanted you to say that, Chief, and I just thought that needed to be said to the general public.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for all you do. If you could locate those officers, and also Chief Wolverton, the ones that was there, if they're available, I just wish that they could come to this meeting, that it's unlike the other situation that I had in my district when Alvin Childs was killed, and then we had a whole lot of everything. I mean, everybody was sad. But today is a day from last Thursday for us to have something to say that our police officers handled this situation by the textbook, by the training, by the consciousness, or whatever. And I just like to salute all of them, and I'd just like to say thank you to you.
Yes, sir. And I'll do my best to track them down.
Yes, sir. And last, Madam Chair, is Mr. Gary Norman here? Is Gary here today? He's not?
He may be in the overflow.
Yeah, he said he's going to be in his office.
While Gary's coming, Mr. Mayor, on Robert Street in my district, they've had some problems over there, and Gary has some equipment. He has a machine that they try to dig a ditch with, and Miss Davis called me, and they was trying to clean out a ditch because it was stopped up. And they can't dig a ditch 6 feet, Miss Davis said, with that deal. They had to put it in the shop. Then the deal that they have to clean out the ditches, like for instance, in Sunset Acres in my district, and in Forest Oaks in my district, they got so much weeds in the ditch that they got rats and rodents that they larger than a puppy. And so Gary starts cleaning it out, but every time he go to clean it out, the equipment stops. And so, Gary, I was telling about, you was on Robert Street trying to clean out the ditch for Miss Davis because of all of the consent decree work, and your guys can't even dig a ditch 6 feet without y'all tractor breaking down. And then we started cleaning out the ditch over at Sunset Acres. We started cleaning out ditches over in Councilman Fleury's area. And would you just tell us how bad your equipment is?
Well, our equipment is very old. We had 2 great awls, which are very expensive pieces of equipment, run about $425,000 a piece. One of them was a 1992. The other one is a 2006, I think, or 7. And one of those is the parts in the engine went down. we can't get parts for it, so it's gonna have to be, we've had to scrap it. So we're down to one large piece of equipment there. All of our equipment's old. And our garbage trucks, we're at a situation where we need to replace probably, close to 32 of those. And we're getting extremely old on those. I mean, the typical life of a garbage truck is around 5 to 6 years. And we're getting close to 10 years on about 32 of those, which works out to probably $6.4 million as an estimate there. We've got a need for, several $1 million in streets and drainage worth of equipment for replacement. Our trucks and permits are, we've got about 4 of those that we need to replace, about $25,000 a piece. And I think about $375,000 worth of equipment that's needed in our traffic engineering area, including a bucket truck.
Yes, and I said all of this to say, I understand everybody want more money, and money is, everybody just want more, but before we start rewarding people or giving raises or doing whatever, I think it's very important that we look at what we have. In life, sometimes we buy what we want and beg for what we need. And I just think that I've gotten all these calls about the police raise and whatever, and I'm not against it, but I want it because when my hand went in the air and it came down, it meant something to me. And I don't want to be up here doing stuff just to do it. I want to make sure that I do the right thing. So I just wanted to put all of that on the table so that we'll know where we are before we cast any stones. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Green. The chair recognizes Councilman Nicholson, then Councilwoman Taylor, then Councilman Butcher.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have several items I'd like to address briefly. First, I like everybody around the horseshoe, is so thankful that Chairman Fleury can participate by video conference in this meeting. We've been praying for his good health, and he seems to be on the mend. So I'm very appreciative of that, like all of us. I would like the city attorney briefly to explain why the chairman is able to participate in this meeting, because it's important for that to be on the record, in my view. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Councilman Nicholson. Can everyone hear me okay? Let me take this off. I was presented with a case out of the Western District of Louisiana. It's a federal court case where an injunction was granted against the city of Alexandria, and that particular municipality was instructed to make the necessary provisions for a council member to participate electronically at city council meetings, both regular meetings and special meetings. I won't go into a detailed discussion about this particular case, but I did advise the clerk of council that the city would be reasonable in relying on this particular case, and that if his participation was challenged, or if he himself challenged the city for not allowing him to participate, I would reasonably expect the court to rely on this ruling that they previously issued.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Crowe. I just thought that was important to have on the record because state law, of course, does generally require members to be present, but we're glad Chairman Fleury can participate in the way that he is. Next, Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to recognize and invite to come to the podium Rashida Dawson of the United Way to provide us information regarding the Alice report. Thank you both so much for being here.
Good morning, Councilman, Councilwomen, Madam Chair, Co-Chair, Chair Mr. Fleury. It's good to see you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Bruce Wilson. I work for Rashida Dawson at the United Way of Northwest Louisiana. We have come before you on 2 different occasions to present the results of an economic study of the working poor in the state of Louisiana. 10 separate United Ways throughout the state collaborated, and we engaged the services of Rutgers University and the United Way of Northern New Jersey to do this study for us, which looked at public records and determines what the economic state of the population is. not only as a state as a whole, but also then parish by parish, and even we can drill down to district by district and can give you the numbers of what that is. So this is the third time we've been before you. It's done every 2 years, and I wish I could come before you today and say that we have good news. We do not. In fact, the news has gotten worse. Now, whether that is as a result of population shift and then the population that is left being in more hurtful ways, we don't know. It's not for us to analyze, but we have analyzed the data, and I'm going to ask Ms. Dawson. Rashida is our Vice President of Financial Stability, and Rashida, why don't you walk them through this?
Sure will. Good afternoon. I just want to make sure, is the PowerPoint presentation going to be up for everyone? We're good. All right. Well, good afternoon. My name is Rashida Dawson. Y'all miss me? Y'all miss me? I know. I always come up here with some crazy information, but I'm giving you good information, and I'm going to give you some a little happy information at the same time. So I come before this city council, a lot, and we talk about the Alice report, which is extremely significant to our area. This past Thursday, we were fortunate enough to be able to release the 2020 Alice report. But one thing that Dr. Wilson did mention is that things are not getting better inside of our area. And for you to know that this data actually, it only reflects 2018. But guess what? COVID-19 hit for 2020, and here we are inside. And let's go ahead and get started. So what's changed? There are a few things that have changed with the Alice report, but the only thing that has really changed is really necessarily the numbers. So when it comes to the metrics and the methodology, everything is still current. So when it comes to the household survival budget, it's still housing and healthcare, food, transportation, miscellaneous savings, technology, and taxes. We wanted to make sure that this year that taxes and technology was literally included inside of the survival budget. And the reason being is because guess what? Now technology is more prevalent than ever. We are using it right now. I don't know about you guys, but I can't stand Zoom. I used to love it, but going through Zoom meetings continuously over and over again, it just goes to show you how much technology is needed inside of our areas and how it needs to be accessible for all families and not just something that is just a luxury item. So compared to what it was back in 2018 and 2020, in 2018 report for Northwest Louisiana, we were reporting that 52% of Northwest Louisiana in our 10 parishes were Alice or in poverty households. Now in 2020, it's 55%. So we've seen an increase. For Caddo Parish, specifically, in 2018, Alice households were 29%, and now we are up to 39% for Alice households. Households in poverty in 2018 was 24%, but the good thing about this year is that it did drop to 19% for those who are in poverty. But one thing I want you all to always remember and keep in mind that even though poverty is dropping, these Alice households are rising, which means they're still not being able to get the benefits that they should get because they make too much money, just a little bit over the federal poverty line for them to actually get the services like SNAP benefits and any other benefits that might be accessible to them. And also something to think about is the health care. A lot of these workers are Alice families. Alice families are the working poor individuals. And a lot of them work hourly wages. And a lot of the employers are not able to give them health care. So they have to go through the marketplace to be able to get that. And we all know if we want good, sustainable health care, it's going to cost us a pretty penny. So the total of households that are Alice and in poverty for Caddo Parish in 2018 was 53%. We are now at 58%. When it comes to the household survival budget, and I don't want you guys to look at all of these numbers, but I want you to look at when it comes to a single adult. In order for them to make ends meet and barely make ends meet and to just survive, they have to make $12.92 or annual income of a little bit over of $25,000. And for person household with 2 adults and 2 school-aged children, they have to make $31.51 as an hourly wage, or they have to have a household income of $63,000, a little bit over of $63,000. Now, we know when we're talking about our constituents inside of this area, they don't have that type of money. All right? So Shreveport, hate to break it to you, in 2018, it was 55%. Now in 2020 with our report, it is 60%. As we move on with our next report within the next 2 years, we're going to be using basically 2020 data at that point. And we know that during this time, it is not going to be something that is going to be nice. So what are we doing? I've come up here and I've said things that we are doing at United Way specifically. But I want to make sure that I really stress to you all exactly what we need to do. As a city, as a community, we truly have to come up with some type of financial stability, resilient strategy for those in our communities. Because down with COVID-19, there were things that were going on that people were trying to figure out how they're going to get bank accounts. How in the world are they going to come up with a budget using their unemployment benefits? Even though some people were actually making more on unemployment benefits than they did when they were actually working. But think about where they are now. They're not getting those benefits anymore. Not only that, some people were not even able to pay their rent. So now, what are we thinking about? Even though a few weeks ago, the moratorium has officially shifted and now they have to pay all of that money back in arrears for rent. It doesn't matter even if Congress was to put something into place now, because think about all of the people who have been evicted because of this epidemic. So I want everyone to truly think about what we should do. So at United Way, we have a few programs that we are doing. One of those programs is Bank on Northwest Louisiana. We have been able to bank close to 5,000 individuals since we started the initiative under Mayor Cedric Leegeller's administration back in 2013. And so we've been able to do so much in such a short period of time. Think about if we all were being able to talk about Bank On when people were trying to get their economic impact payments. This initiative, which is, it costs for so many people to actually have banking access and safe and affordable accounts for everybody. And then also, free tax preparation. I don't know how many people were talking about, I need to get my taxes done so I can get this payment. Our program, which is the VITA program, which allows for free tax preparation for those who make $56,000 or less. And then also we have My Free Taxes for those who, regardless of their income, can actually be able to prepare their taxes. And then finally, after 2.5 years of planning, we finally have the Shreveport Financial Empowerment Center, where we can have any and everybody, regardless of their income, to have safe and affordable, not only that, but free financial counseling for any and everybody as a public service. So I want everybody to think about all of these things that you already have inside of the community that is actively working and creating outcomes. So, with that little presentation, any questions? And I tell y'all, it's hot up in this thing right here.
Ms. Dawson, I'm gonna be the first one up. With the analysis that you did from 2020, I'm interested to know how granular were you able to get with capturing these numbers, considering how dynamic the economy has been this year?
Well, these numbers are based off from 2018 numbers. So this is not...
The numbers under 2020 were based on 2018?
Yes.
Oh.
Each year, each report is 2 years lag.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Because I was going to be quite impressed that y'all had those numbers that quickly.
We're not over with the year yet. So no, it's always 2 years behind.
Okay.
So we have to think forward what's going to happen in 2 years using the data that we have for 2020.
So it's safe to say that the numbers are quite worse this year than what you projected. If your projections were based on 2018, then they're probably far worse than
Absolutely.
what predicted.
But right now, it's only anecdotal. We don't have, as you said, granular numbers.
Because one, you're having people who are unemployed, and Alice families are the working families. And a lot of them, they were still making their hourly wages, and then a lot of them have reduced hours. So just thinking from those factors, we can see that those numbers are going to be worse with the next report.
Yep.
So we have to start thinking now, what is a resilient strategy that's going to be able to help in 2 more years?
Absolutely. And thank you for what y'all do at the Financial Empowerment Center too. I was quite impressed when I came by and heard of all the services that you're giving to the citizens of Shreveport. So thank you.
Well, we want to thank you for your involvement in that, because it is a collaboration between the city of Shreveport
Absolutely.
and the United Way.
Yes, it is.
Well, Rashida's my boss too, so.
No, I'm not.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Ms. Dawson, do we have any programs locally to help those families who are facing eviction or have been evicted?
Yes, we do. We have, we began fundraising when COVID hit to create a fund. It's called the United for NWLA Fund, and we raised approximately $110,000. We've been giving those out in $500 stipends. They're for individuals. They apply. Salvation Army is serving as the vetting agency for that. We have right now given out approximately $30,000, so we still have funds that are available. And if you know anyone who would like to apply for that, encourage them to.
Do you receive donations locally for that?
Yes, ma'am, and we can take your check just right after right after this meeting. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
And also, Councilwoman Taylor, one great thing about the Shreveport Financial Empowerment Center is that we're going to be able to hire a housing stability financial counselor that will strictly focus on evictions, foreclosures, and helping people to stay in their home.
Okay. One more thing, and for that assistance, do they have to come where you are, or how is that done?
They apply, and once they're vetted and they're given the okay, we hold the checks at the office. They come, show us their identity card, and we simply give them the check.
Okay, so they apply online?
Yes, they
Yes,
can go
ma'am.
to unitedwaynwla.org, and it's going to be the first thing that you see for COVID-19 assistance and relief. It's going to be an easy peasy form that they will fill out. It's going to ask for a few documentations that they will need to submit along with that. We try to be very specific so they can take a picture and then upload those documents. We get the application, it is vetted between us and another organization, and we try to make sure that we can get those payments out as
Is
quickly
there a
as
certain
possible.
income limit?
I'm sorry?
Certain income limit?
No.
Or- okay.
Anyone else? Then we thank you for your time
Thank you.
today. Thank you for the information.
Madam Vice Chair, if I may, I'd like to next invite Larry Williams with Orchid Global Hotels to make a presentation.
Now, you know you're limited to 1 guest per meeting.
Councilman Butcher is still on the, Councilman Butcher still on.
Well, I
So
think
is
John.
Councilwoman Taylor, that's something, we're still on Nicholson's time, and then we'll get back to
Okay.
the screen. We haven't gone on to. Councilwoman Taylor's question was additional to her being on the board.
Mr. Williams, coming up, please. Thank you. And I'll just say, as Mr. Williams walks up, that his organization has made a significant investment in my district, which I appreciate, and it's going to result in a beautiful hotel and restaurant, and he wanted the opportunity to address the council. So thank you for being here.
Councilman?
Yes, sir.
It's in my district.
No, I think that's in my district.
It's in my
He
district.
does that sometimes. He thought Dawn was too.
70th Street's the cutoff, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Mr. Williams.
All right.
Thank you very much. First of all, if I can ask also for the PowerPoint presentation, please. Mayor Perkins, City Council members, thank you so much for your time. I want to especially thank Councilman Nicholson and Butcher, who came to visit the hotel about 2 hours ago and got to see what a ugly hotel inside it is right now, because we are making significant demolition plans that are permitted and starting to make progress. First of all, my name is Larry Williams. I'm with Orchid Global Hospitality. We're out of Frisco, Texas. And with me today is our general manager of the hotel, of the new Marriott Hotel, Lakeisha Holden, who is right here. Lakeisha is a long-term resident here of Shreveport. Also, Ron Smith of Mays Associates out of Dallas, Texas, as our architect for the project. Very proud to have both of those persons on our team. Our hotel currently owns existing hotels in Nevada, Utah, Colorado, California, and New Mexico. We have 11 new hotels currently under development. 5 of those are currently under construction, and we have those openings scheduled for the second quarter of next year, and then they are basically stair-step throughout 2022. The important thing with us, we don't just build hotels, we build the hotel, we own it, we operate it, we manage it, so our commitment is to be a part of each community where we have a hotel. We're real proud to announce that in April of 2020, April 2nd, we purchased what was formerly the Wyndham Garden Hotel at 1419 East 70th Street here in Shreveport. And we were just approved about 2 weeks ago by Marriott International to build a dual-branded hotel. You don't see a lot of these anymore, so essentially what we're doing is we're going to be putting into that hotel a Spring Hill Suites by Marriott and Town Place Suites. The Town Place Suites will have the top 3 floors. The Spring Hill Suites will have the bottom. We're also putting in a 6,000 square foot restaurant. I'm going to show you in just a moment a couple of pictures of the renderings that we have for the hotel. Currently, as I mentioned, we're working on a permitted demolition phase 1, where we're taking out a lot of the old furniture, the carpeting, flooring, and other materials, and then we will proceed with obviously a second phase of demolition along with construction. All these will be staged in various permits with the city, and we will have all this work done. Our plan is to, as I said, we started June 22nd. We hope to try have the hotel open by about July of 2021. That's kind of an ambitious course, but we feel it's achievable. You can see the site right here. Obviously, it's in a great location, which is part of why that helped our decision in this process. Right across from Whole Foods and the other shopping plazas. We feel it's a great location, very heavily trafficked, and a great place. This just goes into, for the record, some of the things I talked about. There'll be how many rooms will be 207. The hotel will still have a large convention space of about 8,000 square feet, so we'll still be able to have a lot of the meetings that many people have already been telling me have been conducted at the hotel over the many years that the hotel's been there. And then we're putting in, as I said, a franchise restaurant, and I'll show you a little more about that. You won't recognize the building when we're finished. Right now, it's probably the shortest and not the prettiest 6-story building. It's all brick. So what we plan to do is what we call reskinning the building totally, which will involve some foam, it'll involve some Pyrex material. We're going to raise the parapets of the 6-story building. And then, as you see in the front corner there, we're going to add some decorative paneling and also cover the alternate entrances to the hotel. So quite a different picture from what you see today. This is just another little picture. What we plan to do is the current portico that people drive under and come in to register in the main entrance of the hotel is on the front. We're going to put in a 2-level portico and be a freestanding structure with steel and metal. And the entrance will be, physical entrance for people will be on the side of the 1-story building. This just shows you another angle. Again, the existing hotel at the top, the new hotel. The front left corner, I'm sorry, let me go back. Front left corner there is Boston Pizza, restaurant and sports bar. Boston Pizza is headquartered out of Canada with their franchise operations in Addison, Texas. They have about 400 locations around the United States, 2 of which are in Dallas, and they're expanding rapidly. They have much more than pizza, even though that's kind of a key component of their name. We think that'll be a nice addition. It'll be a 6,000 square foot restaurant. Just another picture of what the hotel will look like from the street as you're looking at it from 70th Avenue. And another location, that'd be the side look from the, I guess from the shopping mall or shopping strip center. And then this would be the rear portion from behind the hotel. So you can see all the way around. The building will have quite a change. Hard to see in this detail for anybody in the room, but basically this shows that we're still keeping the overall footprint of the building. We're not expanding that. We will be changing and downsizing some of the parking because the hotel was currently built for almost 300 rooms. We're bringing it down to 207. And we're also reducing the convention space, so we really don't need the same amount of parking. These details, it's a little hard to see, but they're in the records. It just shows that our drawings are really just about 30% complete, and we plan on submitting these to Marriott within the next 2 weeks, which will keep us on a good path. We've also hired an excellent interior design firm called Flick Mars. It's out of Los Angeles and out of Dallas, and we've asked them to incorporate a lot of the flavor that you have and that you're very proud of here in the Northwest Louisiana area. So as much as possible, you'll see that flavor throughout the hotel as we build it and decorate it. Again, just the overall site plan. One thing I will point out here, and I think this is a laser, this area here will be an area we're going to add, which is going to create some nice outdoor area for the hotel. There'll be a fire pit, gas grills, some covered area with hardscape and landscape, and also the existing pool will be completely redone, all the area around that, to make it a really nice outdoor attractive area for guests to be able to enjoy. And we really like this area because it sits back from 70th and you don't get the noise. And for any of you that have ever spent time there, it's a really, I think, a really nice area. We may even put a water feature in that outdoor area to help with some of the noise. These are some of the colors. These are just, again, renderings, but it's a lot of the colors. Whenever you have what's called a dual branded hotel, this is really called a blended hotel. So when guests arrive at our hotel, they're going to check in at one front desk, and you design the hotel to the superior or the higher end brand, which is Spring Hill Suites. So everyone will come to one common front desk, and then depending on the hotel that they pick, whether it's Town Place Suites or Spring Hill, that will determine their room. One quick note, Town Place Suites has full, complete kitchens, so it's designed a little bit more for the longer stay guest, whereas Spring Hill is more for the shorter term guest. But we feel this also gives the person a great choice when they're making their decisions. Just a little bit more of the perspective colors. This is a little bit of the hardscape area. You can see we have a fire pit, some hardscape landscape area, some lighting, and again, we want to make that as attractive and useful as possible outside. Room configurations, I won't get into all this, but many of the rooms, particularly this room right here, will be much larger. It's essentially taking two existing hotel rooms, making one side the living room and one side the bedroom. So essentially almost 700 square feet, which is a nice large room, and it'd be very popular for families, particularly coming where they could put maybe the kids on one side and mom and dad on the other. Oh, that one should not have been sideways, but I guess it is, so you're going to have to use your imagination. It was not sideways when I sent it. Anyway, Boston Pizza and Sports Bar, that's a little better. There you go. They primarily have standalone facilities right now of about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. And again, very popular. One side is more restaurant-oriented, the other side's more sports bar-oriented, but basically appealing to the entire family. So, kind of getting back on track here. In the overall project, we're investing almost $30 million in this project. We expect it to create anywhere from 40 to 60 jobs for the community. We know also from the hotel and from our many years of experience, we expect the hotel to generate about $8 million in annual revenue, which about $6 million of that would come from the hotel, about $2 million from the restaurant. The good news about that is obviously the city would be very happy to receive the occupancy taxes and sales taxes on that operating hotel instead of a closed down building. And it did close down in December of 19, so we're glad to get in there and start this very quickly. Additional revenue would obviously come to the city from the many guests that we would have staying at the hotel as they use the many areas of Shreveport. So I guess in closing, I just want to say, as a person from Texas, we're glad to come over and be part of Louisiana. And we, again, take great pride in every community where we build a hotel, operate a hotel, and own a hotel. And we always like to be an integral part of the community. So thank you, and I'll be glad to entertain any questions.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Butcher.
Thank you for the presentation and the tour today. I'm excited because we've got a building that could have possibly turned into an eyesore, and y'all are going in and making it something that I think we can all be proud of in Shreveport. And I'll call it our district,
Thank you,
Councilman. But I'm glad to see that you're doing this. When's your, you told us, but I'd like to tell everybody else, when's your projected completion date?
We are going to try for July of '21. There's a lot of moving parts, and the good news here, and Ron can speak to this better than myself, but we've essentially already developed the outside, what we call reskinning plan, and that should go quite quickly. And of course, we have to pass all of this through Marriott, pass it through you as the city. Then our next progression, or at the same time, would be doing the demolition, of course, continuing some demolition interior. Then we do the rooms, the restaurant, and the public areas. So we'll probably break all those submissions up because it makes sense, and we think it'll flow the best way. So if all that comes together, we hope by July of '21.
We look forward to it, and hopefully you'll be so pleased with the way the city of Shreveport handles this and the business that you have, you'll make another investment in Shreveport. So,
well, thank you very much, and I want to thank the Planning Commission. They've already also come out, and everybody we've been dealing with has been extremely helpful. We look forward to working with the building department and with the state fire marshal, and make sure we do everything in complete compliance.
Thank you. Thank you for your investment.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Williams, very much.
Madam Chair, I just want to make a comment, quick comment. I'm going to jump in on our district bandwagon. It's my district as well. No, I seriously want to thank you for making an investment in our city during this time. Shreveport, like many cities around the country, have gone through a lot economically. So to hear about this investment and what the future holds for your hotel is a breath of fresh air for us. So I just want to thank you for that. And if you need any help, reach out to me. We'd be happy to help as well.
We'll do that, and I appreciate that. We, as I mentioned, have 5 hotels currently under construction, 3 of which are in Denver, 2 others are in northern Nevada. And we have faced some of our challenges, I won't kid you there, but surprisingly, it's been the construction flow of materials, the manpower, the cities. It's been a different way of working with things, but I think now we've got quite a few months under our belt of how to work on that. So surprisingly, around the country, it's been much easier than I thought. And quite frankly, we have some hotels in Northern California right now that are doing tremendous occupancy. So we're seeing a big turn. So I look for the market to really turn around over the next 6 to 12 months. Thank you.
Mr. Williams,
Yes, I'm sorry.
I actually want to thank you for hiring Ms. Lakeisha Holden. What you have in her is where she comes from, a family with a strong work ethic, and you couldn't have hired the best person that's our Shreveport grown right here.
Well, I got to admit, when we were making a decision, she was one of the first people we met. Thank you very much. And she's looking forward also, because whenever you're in the hotel business, and for me, you can't see the gray hair on my beard, but it's been almost 40 years, it's always great when you get more experience. And Marriott, I can't say enough, they're the largest hotel company in the world, 30 brands, no one's even close to them, and this will give her excellent experience too, and her knowledge of the local area and the guest is just without compare.
You definitely have a winner.
Thank you very much.
You want to go thank him for just coming to the Shreveport and just be a part of your district or your
Listen, her
city
family
as a
is a
whole?
part of my district, but I grew up with, and all of you all know Pastor Lamar Holden. So this is his granddaughter. And Keisha was, of course, like our little baby growing up, so to actually see her be a part of the Marriott family and for you to believe in her, I'm telling you, you have someone with a very strong work ethic, so kudos to you.
Thank you. We're very fortunate. We're glad to be here.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Williams.
Chairman Fleury?
Off mute.
The council would like to bring forth?
You've got, on the board, you've got Councilwoman Taylor and then Councilman Butcher.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Taylor's up next and recognized.
We'd like to recognize State Representative Tammy Phelps, that is in the audience. Yes. Would you please come up front?
Go ahead. I'm not able to hear very good. Vice Chair Fuller, I'm gonna just ask that I be able to allowed to vote, and my vote either be recorded verbally or ask the attorney how I'm to vote. Would you please do that for me? And I'll step back because I'm having too many audio problems. I don't want to delay anymore.
Yes, sir. Will you all confer and let us know how you want to record his vote today?
I think the best way to do that is to record it audibly and to have it put into the record.
Okay.
I didn't hear that, Ms. Fuller. Would you tell me what she said?
They want you to, we're going to record it audibly, so you'll vote yay or nay.
Okay.
And then we'll
Thank you very
record it.
much. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Phelps.
Recognition, Councilwoman Taylor, and I'm very glad to be here and thanking you for your leadership through this pandemic and this trying time for us all. If I may just give two kudos again to the presentation. Thank you all for coming to Shreveport. Thank you for coming to Louisiana. And please do not let this be your last project. Just the growth that's going on around us. I know we all want to be a part of it, so it's just exciting to see this one little part that will make such a difference. And to Mr. Norman and the other crews in the department of the city who's trying to make Shreveport still our home and beautify it and do all that our constituents deserve from us. I would just like to thank you. So all those comments, Councilman Green, I thank you for it. Same thing that's going on in my district, which is a part of your district. So I look forward to communicating with you a lot more. Councilman Butcher, I have to say I need to get with you to get an accurate contact information because we have a lot of people trying to reach you, including myself. And I look forward to seeing you after the meeting. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes, did you have something else, Councilwoman Taylor?
I wanted to thank Mr. Norman too and echo what Councilman Green was saying about those drainage ditches and sometimes the equipment breaking down. So I want to thank him for what he's doing with what he's working with because we have a lot of that, especially in the MLK neighborhood with drainage ditches.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Butcher.
Is Mr. Norman still here? Or is he out? How many garbage trucks did he say that we needed?
I believe he said 32.
Okay. I wanted to clarify that. The real reason I wanted to speak is I wanted to thank CA Whitehorn, Chief Whitehorn, and Mr. Furlong and Mr. Norman for coming out 2 weeks ago and looking at some streets in my district that are in need of some care. I agree with Councilman Green that we've got a lot of things that we need to do, and so and we're on a very limited budget, but I do appreciate them taking the time to come out and look at it. I don't know if we can get them fixed this year, but I just wanted to at least get it on the radar of the administration and of Public Works. We have several in Cedar Grove that need to be taken care of, and some out off of Ellerby Road. So I do appreciate their time and taking out of their day. I know y'all are very busy up here, but I appreciate y'all coming out and looking. So thank you.
Councilman Green.
Also, Mr. Mayor, last council meeting, Ms. Orella Brazil, they messed up the sprinkler system, and as of yesterday, nobody had contacted her.
Okay.
And so she's calling to see what's going on with it.
Just give me her contact. We'll contact her.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And also, I just wanted to since we was at this point, to say to our city attorney, Ms. Creel, that it's been a pleasure working with you, and I just found out at council meeting that Friday was going to be your last day. I would have brought a cake and cooked it, but anyway, but certainly it's been a pleasure, and God bless you, and certainly I know you will continue doing a great job wherever you go, and may God bless you. I just wanted to say that publicly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll just be a block away, so you can still provide the cake. I will.
Mayor Perkins, do you have any awards, recognitions, or distinguished guests?
Yes. First, I want to ask if Chief Wolverton can bring up the firemen to make, I think you guys had a presentation. No? Okay, I just saw a packed house and I was, all right. Just wanted to give you the opportunity. Before I get into my remarks, I also want to thank Emily Merkel and John Settle, who provided all the council members and myself with PPE for this council meeting as we've moved back into the chambers. So thank you for allowing us to be safe. I guess the plexiglass cages that we're in wasn't enough. He wanted us to be even more safe. So thank you for that, and thanks, Emily. We had a rash of shootings this past weekend and an uptick in crime lately, as many around the city know. I want the council to know that SBD is working to address this, and also that Chief Raymond is in talks with the Louisiana State Police about providing additional support to the city of Shreveport. These are definitely turning into unprecedented times, so we need to make sure that we go and consider unprecedented measures. So I just want everybody to know that we are very aware. We're doing all that we can to make sure that we can make our city as safe as possible. I want to thank Step Forward and the International Youth Foundation for working with our Chief Technology Officer, Keith Hansen, to get 125 Raspberry Pi kits in the hands of 125 young people. Keith is working with the school system to identify those students at this time. This will allow them to take the first steps at programming devices with the potential to ultimately move into a technological career. These students will be challenged to generate ideas to solve issues in our community, and this is a very, very exciting thing for our youth. So thanks, Keith, for the hard work that you're doing, and Step Forward as well for that partnership. I want to continue to stress the importance of the census. We need to make sure Shreveport is counted. Anyone who still needs to complete the census can call 844-330-2020. I received news a couple days ago that the census will be cut short due to the pandemic. And I also saw Ken Kreft in the audience earlier. Is Ken Kreft still here? Yes. Ken, do you want to make any comments on behalf of the census?
We're working a lot of hours. Some of us, like myself, were there at 11 o'clock last night. We got shut down for 3 months, came back. The good thing is they sent us home with 40 hours a week pay, but as a result, we're behind in money and we're behind in time, and Congress failed to give us more money or more time, so we're working a lot of hours. And the guest host on Keel, Ms. Fuller, this morning did a good job with the census with Aaron, and reportedly during a 2-minute commercial break, Aaron did the census.
She did.
And I mean, I've talked about the census, I think, every single city council meeting since they started. We got to remember the why as our community. We have to count everybody. Our federal funding, state funding, various things depend on us registering every single Shreveporter. So that's the why here. We just saw that Alice report. We know that our community needs as many resources as possible. So if you have not filled out the census, please do so. This time, I would like the engineering department to provide a brief update on the flooding of the Red River and the study recently released by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to make this presentation just for your awareness. I'm going to try not to go into the details too much. I could talk about this forever, but I'm going to try and make it quick. And then afterwards, Councilman Nicholson, you had sent an email to Chief Whitehorn and myself about some construction issues. I'd be happy to address that after this. So in 2015, I'm sure most of y'all recall, there was a historic flood on the Red River. One of the main factors that made it so historic was that the predictions by the National Weather Service were off. It made it very challenging to prepare for the flood. And after the event, the local community requested a study from the Army Corps of Engineers, and they've now released that study, and I want to inform you about that. Here's an image of the Red River watershed. This is the area that drains into the Red River. You'll see Shreveport in the lower right. Back in 2015, there was a major rainfall event on the Texas-Oklahoma border, and you can see it all drains down to Shreveport. It takes about 10 days to get to Shreveport, and this is just an image showing the radar imagery of the rainfall. Some areas got 10 inches, some areas got 20 inches. So like I said, we had plenty of time to prepare for it, but the predictions were off. And the National Weather Service, they're great, they're experts at their craft. but they were working off old data. That's what the issue was. So every time we'd meet every morning at Caddo Homeland Security, and they would tell us the elevation that we can expect the water to get to. And we go in the next day and they say, well, it's going to be a foot higher. And we go in the next day and they say, it's going to be a foot higher. And that kept going on, which made it very difficult for everybody to prepare for. The end result, several houses flooded. There was a temporary wall built. Those are HESCO baskets. They're used for natural disasters and military installments. The mayor is very familiar with those. He told me he's filled several with buckets of sand himself. They're used to build outposts in war zones. You can build a fort with it and to protect the troops. But this was used for a flood barrier. It was put in right under the Jimmy Davis Bridge. There's a flood wall there that was overtopped by the floodwaters, and it was built to protect what we call the Preston Basin. That circle's not very big, but it's that area of lots of apartments and homes and businesses. The National Guard was called in to build the wall. They built it at the city's direction within 24 hours. I was there all night. I went home to get a few hours of sleep, and I came back and it was constructed. This is after the water overtopped the concrete wall. You can see the temporary wall holding the water back. This is looking down on the wall. You see the river side and then the dry side on the right. This is a shot of downtown. That's Riverview Park. It sustained lots of damage. Another shot of downtown. That's Shreveport in the back. This is a boat ride we took out to the North Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility. It's protected by levees, but the only way to get out there was by boat. So the crews had to travel by boat. Food was brought to them by boat, fuel, supplies. It was very challenging. There were temporary pumps down in the treatment plant. You know, you're down in a bowl, and lots of water was coming in on them. So the temporary pumps had to be maintained so that millions and millions of dollars of assets were not lost. So it was a very challenging time for the city. It was a very bad flood. So what caught everybody's attention was the difference in the 1990 flood and the 2015 flood. 1990 had more flow, but 2015 had higher water elevations. So I'll say it again. There was more flow in 1990, but higher elevations in 2015. So that didn't add up. That's what really got the local community motivated to request the Army Corps of Engineers perform a study, and they did. And the results of their study basically confirmed what the local experts pretty much already knew, but it's good to have it confirmed and put into a study. So there were lots of significant changes in the Red River after 1990. There's natural changes which are minor. There's development and encroachments. And then the navigation system was built. Channel cutoffs and realignments of the river were made. The Lock and Dam 5 was built south of Shreveport. Dikes and revetments were installed, and as a result, there's lots of sediment deposition. Here's an image of the Lock and Dam south of Shreveport during flood conditions. This is just an example of the sediment. Here's an image of the Red River before the dikes were built, and here's after the dikes were built. They're built perpendicular to the river, and the sediment builds up in front of and behind the dikes, and then the forest grow in the dikes. So what used to be a river that could convey water is now a forest. Here's a cross-section image from the Army Corps of Engineers report. If you look at the blue line, that's a cross-section of the river before the navigation system. And then the other colors of lines are after the navigation system was built. And you can see the cross-sectional area in blue is much greater than the other colors. So it just shows that there's less area for the water to flow. And this is a very crude markup. I just marked out in black all the area that was lost after the dikes were built and the sediment filled in. And this was pulled from their study, their conclusions that obviously the river has changed greatly. The most dramatic change was after the navigation system. And the sediment and vegetation had the highest impact on the river. So what's been going on locally? There was a request to the federal government for assistance, and thus far that assistance came in that study. It was just released. The local community formed the Flood Technical Committee. That's folks from both sides of the river. We meet quite frequently to discuss this issue. Ordinances were passed by Shreveport, Bossier City, Caddo Parish, and Bossier Parish to raise the elevation of a building, of a new building in the Red River area. And Shreveport went a little above and beyond, well, I wouldn't say above and beyond, I'd say what's necessary. Shreveport passed an additional ordinance. I'll try not to get into it too much. But to treat the Red River as a floodway, on our FEMA maps, it's not designated as a floodway. A floodway has more requirements than just a standard flood zone. So without the ordinance that was passed, a builder could go in the levee and bring in a mountain of dirt and build a building on it and restrict the flow even further. So Shreveport passed an ordinance to consider the Red River a floodway, and it's permitted as such. So where do we go from here? Our recommendation, we can't change the past, but we can stop making it worse. And we've done that pretty good so far by the ordinance changes using the best available information. Our engineers are looking at the report now to see if we need to modify our current ordinances a little bit to match the report. But generally, the precautions that we took before the report are pretty well in line with the report. But we'll see if we need to make any more recommendations on changes. The Army Corps of Engineers thinks we need to have expanded monitoring that they do, that they need to watch the river closer. We all agree with that. They say they have limited funding and they're not sure what they can do. The river had a drastic change after the navigation system was built. It changed drastically. And the river's silting in, and it's constantly silting in, and it's getting worse. So my opinion is it got a lot worse after the system was built, and we kind of plateaued. It's going to slowly get worse over time, but it's not going to be as exponential as it was after the construction. Federal assistance, we would have to figure out what we're going to ask for. We talked with FEMA and the Army Corps if they're going to provide any assistance with raising levees or any other assistance, and the room got quiet. We all know the funding situation. FEMA, they're the ones that produce the maps, the flood maps. They will take the Army Corps' data and they will put out new maps. And when those new maps are published, the city will adopt them. That's all I have. I'd like to thank Ali Mustafa, who helped with this PowerPoint, and the Army Corps of Engineers, who I got a lot of the information from. If there's any questions.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Mr. Furlong, my area was hit very hard with the 2015 and the 2016 flood, specifically dealing with School Park, Allendale, MLK, and the Cross Lake area. The levees protected much of the Cherokee Park area. And so my question has been, even in coming on, and I know that we're dealing with, we're in hurricane season, have those drainage areas around those areas in Allendale and in MLK is of great importance to me to consistently keep those clean, to allow that water to flow the way that it should. So we know that all those tributaries of water back up together. And I don't want to see another catastrophic event as we had specifically in School Park, around Cross Lake and MLK when we're talking about McCain Creek. So I don't know if FEMA or with the report that you all have, do those particular dollars trickle down locally to help combat that area, to help clean with the flooding issues that we have, since we know that we're projected to possibly have another flood, and I don't want those residents to incur the same thing.
I would say no, that the dollars don't trickle down from the federal government. There may be grant opportunities here and there that we're always looking for, but generally, those responsibilities are local.
So then at that point for the administration, then are we looking at ways that we will be able to help curtail that, since we know that we're on the path again for another projected flood? And so since we know that and we are in 2020 with this happening in 2015, 2016, are we taking whatever proactive steps to prevent this from happening again? I guess that goes back to the point of why we say that we need equipment in there to clean the drainage ditches that we have, so we will have the proper flow that is needed, so residents won't have that. We know a lot of, especially in the structures in the MLK area, that streets are met to parish codes and not city codes. So that's what the preventative measures that I'm looking at to prevent this from happening again.
Yes, ma'am. That is a lot of it, keeping the ditches clean, and we just discussed that situation. Some of it doesn't matter how big or small the ditch is when it's backwater flooding, when the Red River backs up into Cross Bayou and then into McCain. And sandbagging each individual house may be the best option at that point.
Councilman Nicholson?
Is the solution for the Red River to be dredged? Is that, what is the big picture solution to the problem?
Ultimately, stop building and restricting flow and raise the levees. That's my personal opinion. I don't think anybody has enough money to dredge the sediment out of the Red River efficiently.
Yeah, okay.
Does anyone have anything else?
I want to just add
Mayor
something. People ask me what keeps me up at night with this job. This is one of those things that keep me up at night. A doomsday scenario for the city of Shreveport would be if there's a lot of rain on that Texas-Oklahoma border, similar to 2015, and we get a lot of rain here at the same time as that water comes down. The outcome of that could be devastating for us. Even with our river, with the high water levels that we're at right now, it's already washing away Clyde Fant Parkway, which we know is a huge asset to our city. So, this is a problem that we do not have the resources, the local resources to solve. This is a problem where we need the U.S. Corps of Engineers to invest resources and not get quiet in the room when we bring it up that we need help. This is a problem where our federal delegation can help, and we've written letters after letters. We have ordinances, we have proclamations, you name it. We've done everything that we can, so this is something where it is going to take all of our voices. We have to be heard if we want to really protect that asset in our city. Dredging is an option. The dam at the river, doing something with that is a potential option, but we can't just sit back and hope for the best, because it's not going to, we're just waiting on that doomsday scenario with the way that climate change is taking place. So thank you, Patrick. I appreciate the opportunity.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Mr. Mayor, is that also, and Mr. Furlong, are we also working with the parish as it relates to this as well? Since we know specifically too that we have this flooding outside of the city, well into the parish when you affected the Jack Wells Road. And I know so much of this because I know how we had to move by boats with that particular flood and going in and assisting in that area. Mm-hmm. So that's why it's a big deal to me, and probably why Mr. Norman hears from me so much about clearing drainage ditches, because I think that you have to take that proactive approach to that. So I just want to make sure that we're looking into every resource that we have that's possible to do that proactively in doing that, because if we go head on and we get them cleaned, then at that point we're working on maintenance issues instead of trying to tackle a huge problem all at one time, because we know that the water is going to consistently come.
Councilwoman, I don't mean to be the engineer, but the way that the water drainage system is in Shreveport, all of our water drains into the Red.
Right.
So if the Red River is high, which Patrick just pointed out, typically it is, especially during rainy season, then even if we've cleared all of the ditches, you might hear people talk about, hey, let the levees down at the lake. We got to let the levees down. Right. Even if we've cleared all the ditches and we let the levee down, if the Red River is full, that water has nowhere to go.
I understand that, but I also understand too that when we're not flooding and that it is a hard rain, because our ditches are not clear, that there's still a nice amount of water that is still coming into the back of the homes because you have so many ditches that are clogged. I've driven my district, I don't know how many times, if I can go to Sycamore Street, if I can roll down Maple Street, if I go down David Rains Road, and I see all of this body of water that's here. And this is not due to the Red River being backed up. That's why I say again that it looks, and yeah, it's very passionate for me because I understand how that is when you have water backing up into your home and you're afraid because it rises very, very quickly. That's why I look and see what proactive measures at that point that we take to actually clear that even if we're in the process that we know that water is coming, at least in one element that we have, that we don't go and this becomes a major problem all at one time.
Yeah, I'm never going to refute that we don't need to keep our ditches clear. That's 100%. And, you know, Gary just talked about the fact that, you know, a lot of our equipment to do that is breaking down.
Yeah.
But I do know oftentimes when we don't think that, because we aren't getting much rain here and we don't think the Red River is high, the Red River is actually really high.
I know, I watch it like a little weather geek.
What's that?
I'm a little weather geek.
But no, your district is one of, I will say your district is, I've walked a lot of homes, the neighborhoods, and your district is one of the worst with flooding in the city.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Furlong?
Mr. Furlong, before you step away from the podium, as you referenced when you stepped up, I got an email from a constituent named Ryan Wicker who expressed concern that the city was not properly utilizing its performance and maintenance bonds on consent decree work, and also expressed further concern that we were putting out to bid projects that his words were not constructible under the opinion of most bidders, and which ultimately required expensive change orders. So if you could address those concerns, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir, and I will, and I appreciate those concerns being brought forth. I think one of the concerns resulted out of an issue at his house and what he heard working with the team. And I think it was based off limited information. I'll explain that further. The other concern is a very valid concern, which is something that we're addressing. But there's a long list of concerns that these are just a couple that he pointed out that, you know, I became aware of, the mayor was aware of when he was elected, and change had to be made, and most of these concerns have been corrected. The ones that we're aware of, they have been corrected, and generally that correction came with the new program manager of Burns and McDonnell. But the first issue that the citizen brought up was that the city has protection in place through performance bonds, payment bonds, specifications, and we weren't enforcing those. A contractor made a mistake, and instead of holding that contractor accountable, we just hired somebody else to fix it. So essentially we paid for it twice. That's not the case. This issue was on Delaware. There was a service lateral that was not connected. It was brought to our attention. The program team went out there, investigated, developed a solution, met with the citizens, met with the contractor. And in those discussions with the citizens, you know, the discussion of the contractor fixing it, it was a subcontractor of a different name. We held the prime contractor accountable. The prime contractor took care of it under his contract. But the prime contractor did hire a subcontractor to fix it. So I'm thinking that the citizen probably overheard us saying that, you know, contractor B was going to fix it, and that we're not holding contractor A accountable. So I'm assuming that's what happened. Mr. Wicker brought this to my attention also, and I shot the email over to Burns McDonnell, and they informed me of what I just told you. So I had already checked it out. So that's what happened on that issue, but that is not to say that that's not a valid concern. When I became city engineer, it was very difficult to break into the program management of the consent decree. Information was not very forthcoming. As I investigated more and more and more, I had concerns over issues like this. But I can say that has absolutely been corrected, and we do hold people accountable. As far as calling on bonds, that's not an easy process, and it's not something we want to do. And typically, the threat of calling on somebody's bond is enough to get the contractor to take action. And, but we have had a call on one in the past couple of years. Contractor could not finish the project. It was that District G water main project. And we had a call on their performance bond, and the bonding company hired another contractor to finish it. So we are, following the procedure that we have in place. The other issue was that the city is putting out plans that can't be constructed. And that has happened. And it is happening, and we are still in that situation now. Ultimately, the reason for that is the city, the program manager, the past program manager, they were trying to move too fast. The program, when we talked to the DOJ and the EPA originally, the program was thought to be $350 million. Once we investigated the situation, it almost tripled, but the deadlines didn't triple. So the previous team, they were trying to meet unrealistic deadlines, and they were pushing projects out that were not ready to be built. Sometimes, frequently, there would not be the CCTV. That's when we send a TV video camera in each pipe to evaluate the condition so we know how to fix it. Lots of our pipelines are so bad, you can't even get the camera in there. So instead of stepping back and figuring out what to do and removing the obstruction and TV in it, for the sake of time, they just pushed forward. It was kind of the plan, what I just kind of learned this week, was anything that we could not CCTV, the program manager directed the design engineers just to designate it for CIPP, that's a cured in place pipe, that's the liner. Designate it for CIPP and we'll just figure it out in the field. That's not a good way of doing it, but that's the way it was done. And I understand their rush to be against the clock. But like I said, that's one of the first conversations the mayor had with me. Hey, can we slow this thing down and do it right? And that's what we've done with the new program manager. So we slowed that down, but I'm telling you what has happened in the situation we're in. Some projects were put out for bid that were not complete. The engineer was still working on them. That's not right.
But we're not doing that now.
We're not doing that now. I'm telling you what we've dealt with and what we've corrected. And this is just some of it. They were put out before they were complete, and the design engineer was still working on the plans while bidders were doing their takeoffs and working on them. Then an addendum would be issued with the final set of plans. That's not right. That should never be done. It's not being done now. Directives were given to the engineers, like I mentioned, if we did not have CCTV, to just designate it for CIPP. Programs of this size, it's good to have some general guidance for the design engineers, but what I've found, the previous program, I think they were too overbearing with their directives, and they removed the responsibility from the design engineers and basically told them how they're going to do it and what they're going to do. And that was a problem. So these projects did get pushed out that should not have, portions of them. Phase 1, looking back, there were lots of large change orders taking millions of dollars of work from this contractor and putting in this contractor's contract. This is something I dealt with early on as city engineer, or I might have been interim city engineer, and it was a big problem. It was typically a change in method. The pipelines were designated to be CIPP, but once they did a little further investigation, it could not be CIPP'd. So they would move that chunk of work into another contractor's contract who did more pipe bursting and open cut. The contracts were divided: trenchless, CIPP, and pipe bursting and open cut. That's how the contracts were put out. So when they needed to change method, they would take a large portion of work and move it by change order. I didn't like it. The program manager was picking and choosing who got work based on their opinion. I did not like that. Also, they were directing folks to, once there was a change, they would direct another contractor to proceed with work before a change order was executed, and another contractor had it in his contract. That's, that's project management 101. That's not what you do. Obviously a huge problem. And again, I'm talking about phase 1 and what we experienced, and we're not doing that going forward. Phase 2 has several open contracts that were prepared by the previous program manager. They oversaw the design, the bidding, and they oversaw roughly like 80% of the construction. And now Burns and McDonnell are on board, doing a great job closing out these projects. But there's a large portion of design work in those plans that's not constructible. And at this time, I'd like to bring Joe Darlington up with Burns McDonnell just to kind of talk about the path forward and how we're dealing with those issues. And then we can take any questions after that.
Councilman Green, did you have something you need to answer immediately?
I can wait.
Okay.
So Patrick touched on some of those issues that have been experienced historically, and what I'm going to talk about a little bit is kind of where we've been in the last probably 6 months and where we're heading on closing the loop on resolving a couple of these outstanding issues. So as Patrick mentioned, and we've talked about this in our update last meeting, there were 17 projects developed under Phase 2. Phase 2, if you look at it total, all the contracts, there was about 1.1 million feet of sewers that were designated to have work done, either cured in place pipelining or pipe bursting or replacement. What we identified in our review of those contracts is there was a selection of sewer segments that presented risk to the city to complete. And those risks really were associated with a handful of items. Number one, there was incomplete pre-construction inspection where CCTV had not been able to have been completed. Secondly, there were actually a number of sewers that were put into bid packages and into construction contract documents that were located or that are located near or underneath private residences. So there have been situations where work has had to occur previously very close to private properties, and that's presented risk to the city. And then thirdly, there's been instances where the right of entry land acquisition items haven't been resolved. And so there's issues when it comes time to do construction, obviously, because the right to do that work hasn't been obtained. And so really for those three items, we identified a number of sewer segments in 6 different Phase 2 construction projects, totaling about 25,000 linear feet of sewer, so about 2.2% of the total work that had been designated in the Phase 2 area. And essentially, we've proposed that the city de-scope those assets from these current construction contracts, take a step back, and identify the appropriate path forward. It's going to really involve looking at it from 2 angles. One is a technical angle, so what should be done to address these assets. Most likely, that's going to involve a recommendation to reroute these sewers out in public right-of-way, specifically when they're located near private residences. And then secondly, there's going to need to be some policy discussions around how do we logistically make that happen from a legal standpoint if we need right of entry onto private property. There may need to be service lateral work that occurs on private property that we need to work through and just discuss how we go through that from a policy and payment standpoint on addressing that work. And so that's kind of the immediate action on these Phase 2 contracts, and really that's being done to avoid the situation that Patrick spoke about that happened previously. So we're working through. We've already identified all those assets, and we have to go through contract changes to de-scope those assets and to remove them from the contracts, and that effort is underway right now. The real question then is, what are we going to do going forward, right? And this is something that we've been implementing. We have implemented. We've spoken a couple of times in these meetings about a structured stage gate delivery process that we established that provides a more structured, regimented approach to delivery of design and development of design projects. And so really that's a process that provides for city input at key milestones along the process, so that essentially there's an approval or there's you need to go back to the drawing board at key steps so that we vet through all these issues prior to getting to a point where we're advertising a project for bids without having these issues addressed.
Councilman Green?
Yes. I guess this project was in phase 1, and I still can't get an answer, or can't get a resolved as to what's going to happen. My first one is to Robert Street. Robert Street was messed up. I don't know if it was phase 1 or phase whatever.
Yes, sir.
I started asking about this over a year ago, and I'm still asking about it, and there's still no resolve to it.
Yes, sir. There's been communication with the contractor recently who repaired that street, and they've agreed to replace it. There's a leaking water service that had to be fixed before they could do the repair. That was fixed today. I don't know the schedule of when they'll get it, but they have agreed to it, and I think we can have a date of when it will be fixed by the end of this week.
Okay, also, the last council meeting, of course, I left and I called Miss Brazil, Orella Brazil, and of course, the next day, all of her students attending Southern said I put on blast, and she was thinking she was going to get somebody to give her a phone call as to about her sprinkler system. And what do I tell her, Patrick, this evening when I call her, in the morning when I call her, as to 1, why nobody called, and 2, as to what are we going to do?
Yes, sir. We discussed it yesterday as a team, and I thought that somebody was going to call her immediately. I apologize for that not happening. We do have a path forward. I will call her when I leave this meeting and let her know the path forward.
Okay.
The contractor went through there, and I guess when they were digging, they got into some of her irrigation lines. And they, I don't know, maybe they didn't know it, maybe they did know it and didn't fix it, but the city would have had to pay that contractor to fix it under that project. That project's long done. The city was going to have to pay for it under that contract, so the city's responsible to pay for it now. We're going to have an irrigation contractor come out and fix it, and the program team is working on getting that quote from an irrigation contractor, and I'll get an update from them before I call her, and I'll call her this evening.
Okay. Okay.
I apologize for her not being called yesterday.
Okay, Patrick, and I'm just doing this just for public service. To all of Miss Brazil's students that's watching this meeting, tell her identically what Patrick said. Thank you, Patrick.
Yes, sir. And Joe just informed me they did make contact with her this afternoon. So,
All right.
but I'll still follow up with her.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Nicholson?
Mr. Farlong and Mr. Darlington, I appreciate the presentation. I thought the issues that Mr. Wicker called to my attention were serious, and I appreciate your taking the time to respond to them appropriately. As I've said a number of times before around the horseshoe, I'm confident that Burns and McDonnell was the right decision for the city. I think that organization is helping us move forward in a very difficult situation. I have to say that every time I hear a description of the prior consent decree management firm's work, it sounds to me like project management malpractice. I mean, I don't understand how what you're saying happened. I don't understand how we could have had a situation where the project manager was repeatedly authorizing this CIPP work before pipes were run with closed camera TV. And so without that work, they didn't know if that was an appropriate designation or not. Moving around millions of dollars with change orders from one contractor to another it's not only efficient, it's illegal. So I'm glad we're moving in the right direction. But I just have to say, for the public, we spent a lot of time talking about how tight our budget is, how limited our financial resources are. This consent decree project is the largest capital project in the history of this city, and I am confident that before this administration took office and before Burns and McDonnell got involved, millions and millions of dollars of taxpayers' money was wasted based on the information that I've received since I took office. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Nicholson. I would like to point out one thing about those change orders. it was not so much a creation of work, but just moving work from contract to contract. And we did have legal on board, and as much as I was uncomfortable with it, it was the situation we were in at the end of the project, and with legal's advice that it could be done, that's why it did proceed. So there was some legal oversight of those change orders.
Thank you.
Is there anything else for Mr. Furlong? Thank you, Mr. Furlong. Mayor
Thank-
Perkins, do you have anything else today?
Yes, I do. Sorry, two more things, and I will be done. Thank you, Mr. Darlington, for the work that Burns and McDonald are doing as well. And Councilman Nicholson, I couldn't agree more with you. That's exactly why we went to change the project manager as quickly as possible. Some of the council members have expressed interest in what we have been doing as far as economic development goes, and many of our citizens too want to know what the future economy of Shreveport looks like, especially during these uncertain times. So I would like Brandon Phil to come up at this time with an update on what we have going on in regards to economic development. And I'd also like this to happen quarterly. So if we're delinquent on that, please remind us, and we'll provide updates quarterly on economic development.
Thank you, Mayor Perkins. Good afternoon, council members. The mayor asked me to provide an update on broadly how the economy is going, with a focus in particular on what we have done since the beginning of the COVID crisis to aid economic stability. To do that, I think what I'll first do is take a little bit of a step back, as I haven't provided one of these before, and just provide some comments on the state of Shreveport's economy prior to the COVID crisis, then talk about the effect of the COVID crisis, talk about what we have been doing in response to it, and conclude with some brief comments about the long-term future. Prior to the COVID crisis, Shreveport's economy represented about $16 billion in GDP. And for scale, that's sort of how much we contribute to the global economy as a city. And for scale, that's about the net income of a large company like Verizon or Johnson & Johnson. And so if you think about the size of our city and what we contribute, it is significant and global in scale. And in fact, we do so with a workforce of about 102,000, which is significantly less than the 140,000 or so employees that each of those companies represents. Another way of stating that is that we are actually historically a reasonably productive place, despite, of course, the pains that we experience in the economy. And we have other important strengths that we can build on too. Very briefly, I'll just to list a few. Our economy is highly diverse and includes a lot of small businesses, including both local and businesses that serve the broader economy, and that is a strength. We are not a company town with just one large employer, or even an industry town that simply serves one industry. We have a highly strategic location and a very strong transportation infrastructure characterized by the 3 interstates, our inland port, and our very high-quality airport, which is itself, each of the port and the airport are large industrial parks, and we also have a number of other ready-to-go industrial parks, which situate us well. We also have strong educational resources here in town. We have deep strength in the healthcare and military sectors that can be built on to grow other industries, a history of high-quality production in film and TV and in the IT and cyber sectors, and a very high overall quality of life, including in particular low cost of housing, which folks are coming to realize in these days is very important in remote work situations. The city is also rich in land and other natural resources, which is critical to development. But we face, even in good times, very deep and ongoing challenges. I'll cite a few as they are, I think, the most relevant. And in a way, I will call out, I think these challenges are fundamentally the American challenges. We experience the big challenges that virtually every mid-sized city in our country faces without any of the enormous bright spots that the very rich coastal places like New York and San Francisco experience. So specifically, the long-term decline in manufacturing, which has gutted the absolute and relative number of blue-collar opportunities in this area. It has reduced the number of jobs available for people without a college degree dramatically, and emblematic of this, of course, is the empty GM and AT&T plants in our town. A second key challenge is the sort of white-collar brain drain, which, in other words, as folks leave our city to attend college and to work early in their career elsewhere, over many generations, they don't return, and it drains us of our most productive and highest value folks. We have a balance of trade problem. In other words, we import much more than we export, and as we do so, we send our cash out to other places and to companies owned by folks elsewhere, and this over time makes us poorer. Obviously, and I don't need to lecture this group about this, we suffer deep and lingering racial inequities, which tend to self-propagate and deepen over time across all sectors of our economy. We have a geographic development problem in which a type of unsustainable, sprawling development around the frontiers of town continues even as the center of our city has historically emptied out. And we have, in certain areas, we have a red tape problem in which it is relatively difficult to do business here compared to other cities in some ways. And so a year and a half ago, before this crisis was on anyone's consciousness, the mayor and I had been pursuing a strategy focused on business attraction in a series of industries that we thought would specifically combat some of these challenges and would add jobs in both for both folks with and without college degrees. And I'll just cite what some of those are. Specifically, manufacturing and distribution, technology, health-adjacent industries, film and television, back-office business services, and very broadly, natural resources. And we articulated and have begun to pursue a variety of strategies which range from working with regional partners like NLEP to working with site selectors to try and attract companies, to cold outreach to small and mid-sized companies in other cities. Along with targeted interventions, irrespective of the industry, to boost entrepreneurship locally, to spur investment in the urban core, including the city's 5 opportunity zones, to cut red tape, particularly as it affects business openings and land development, and to promote inclusivity and diversity both in the workforce and in individual workplaces. While pursuing this strategy, of course, as everyone knows, in March the coronavirus hit dramatically, and in the economy, as in our families and our schools, everything changed overnight. Outreach to businesses of the kind that we were doing to say, hey, have you considered Shreveport, and would you like to come and see what we have to offer physically, suddenly felt tone deaf and in some cases impossible. And the biggest challenges our economy faced were suddenly here on the home front, right? The economic challenge began and rolled out in an extremely regressive way. In other words, it was the smallest and most fragile businesses and the lowest paid and most marginal employees who were hit first and worse. Small businesses were in many cases hit with a nearly total drop in revenue, almost overnight as they had to close, while all the fixed expenses that they endured, like rent and mortgage payments and utilities, stayed the same and bills continued to pile up. March and April saw temporary closures of businesses at every scale, serving local and in-person customers. So everyone knows restaurants and bars and casinos closed doors very quickly. And the scalebacks and layoffs of the hours that employees could work began almost immediately in the service sectors. And the employees who lost work in these sectors, people who change beds in hotel rooms and deal cards at casinos, were the very people who had the least capacity to make it through a week or even 2 weeks without a paycheck. Those people were visible, and the storefronts that closed up we were all very aware of them where we live and in our lives. Less visibly, the shutdown also very quickly hit the solo entrepreneurs that exist in very large numbers across our city. These are people like barbers, beauticians, personal trainers, massage therapists, tattoo artists, house cleaners, babysitters, and elder care providers. People who are much less visible, who tend to be scattered and tend to work for themselves, but whose work dropped off almost overnight, and who were also very ill-suited for the kind of rainy day event we were experiencing. I note also that from the outset of the crisis, in March and especially in early April, Shreveport's African American community experienced the very hardest hits economically. In addition to Black residents bearing the brunt of the health crisis and Black employees bearing a disproportionate share of scalebacks and layoffs, Black-owned businesses generally got hit harder as well. They tended to have less savings at the outset of the crisis and less access to easy credit throughout. And even as state and federal subsidies began to materialize, Black-owned businesses often had a harder time applying and a lower success rate qualifying for the aid that they needed to survive. As the crisis spread globally and demand quickly sort of fell off in almost every sector of goods and services, the damage quickly trickled up, right? And so throughout April and May, we started to receive notices of large-scale layoffs across our economy. I know that almost all of you are aware of most of these. I'll just cite a few examples because they are painful in our community. Bentler Steel, for example, announced that as many as 375 employees were at risk of layoffs. Samstown, just down the street, announced that 414 employees were at risk of temporary or full-time layoffs. And most recently, as many of you are aware, Libby Glass announced that as many as 450 might lose their jobs due to the mix of the long-term and short-term challenges that company was facing. And it wasn't just big companies. It was smaller companies and mid-sized companies that form the sort of backbone of what our economy has. So like a contract laundry company called Alsco announced that 41 people were going to be laid off. And the Hilton Hotel, which is operated in partnership with the city, first announced that 33 and then 50 more employees were facing layoffs. And all this happened at the same time as a global drop in demand for fuel has brought oil and gas prices to historic lows, and so a crisis in that industry at the same time led to layoffs in the region. And a lot of these are reasonably high-paid jobs that for which on which thousands of families depend. A company called BJ Services, a very large oil and gas services company in the region, announced 273 layoffs. Right, and so at this stage we are now 4 or 5 months in, and in Caddo Parish the unemployment rate is somewhere between 16 and 17%. About 17,000 people on a base of about 100,000 or 102,000 are currently unemployed. That is a level even now still that we had not previously seen since literally the Great Depression, right? Since the last time rates were that high was in 1939, before World War II. And even that number masks to some degree the depth and breadth of the crisis. When you total up the number of new claims that have, new unemployment claims that have been made since the beginning of the crisis, the number is more than 45,000 or 44% of our workforce. And so another way of understanding this, we all know there is a crisis, and we see that restaurants are having trouble, and we see that little storefronts are closing. But in a very deep and broad way, almost half of our workforce feels a deep type of insecurity right now. And we are not special in this regard. This is also the story of every other American city, and many places, in many places around the world, this is also true, but we are feeling it here. And I note that the $600 unemployment subsidy has kept us from experiencing the type of breadline scenario that we understood that we experienced in the Great Depression. And if those subsidies were to go away, we would quickly feel this in a much more painful way locally. In this environment, what has economic development come to mean? It's had to change, and what we do has had to change. So let me just touch on a few of the initiatives that as an administration we have undertaken to help support and stabilize the economy. A first set is a set of initiatives I would call supporting public health, right? Very quickly, beginning in the first week of the crisis, we sought to enforce the government's emergency guidelines and get information out to local business owners about how to do so, what was permitted and what was not permitted. And we sought to make things easy as soon as we possibly could for reopening. For example, we put together we rapidly put together a new permitting scheme for outdoor dining so that restaurant owners could use sidewalks and parking lots and setbacks for dining in ways that are more nearly safe. We participated alongside the Greater Shreveport Chamber and the African American Chamber, as well as folks from the other side of the river in Bossier City, in putting together healthcare-driven guidelines for businesses in every sector, available at OpenSafe SBC for folks to use to get open more safely. As you all know, the mayor issued the first mask order that was issued in this part of the state and was later supplemented by the governor's, or supplanted by the governor's order, which we have been enforcing. We will soon be distributing thermometers to small businesses to the extent possible. I want to underscore that the health crisis is still ongoing, and I'm going to touch on a lot of other things we have been doing to expand the economy and to grow the business sector. But I want to just underscore that from my perspective, the number one thing all of us can do to support the economy and to stabilize it and to provide a basis for any kind of growth in the future is to continue to underscore the public health message that we need to social distance, wear masks, wash hands, and generally be careful and vigilant. Because the one thing we cannot afford to do is to have another total shutdown in this part of the world. The second category of supports that we offered are supports for the survival of locally owned businesses. In the very first or the very second week of the crisis at the end of March, we launched Shreve Biz at shreve.biz, a COVID help desk for small businesses. I built a coalition which included the Greater Shreveport Chamber, the African American Chamber, COHAB, Southern University, the Strategic Action Council, and a handful of others. And together, we put together a service that is staffed full-time by a small business development expert, a person who has a history of advising small businesses. And what they do is they have helped small businesses access the capital and the support that they need to survive during the crisis. Specifically, they help people apply for assistance with the Paycheck Protection Program, economic injury disaster loans, and private capital at first, and in the most recent days helped businesses connect with the state's Main Street Recovery Program, which is providing a much-needed rebate on COVID PPE equipment and other purchases that businesses have experienced. To date, the service has supported over 120 businesses with direct hands-on support and provided online information to many more. 100% of those helped have been small businesses, and a very large majority have been African-American owned businesses here in town, and we have operated this at no cost to the city. We also very quickly in early April set up a service called Card Shop 318, which is a sort of a clearinghouse where folks who wanted to support local businesses could purchase gift cards on a model that was used in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. 31 businesses have taken part in that to date, and it is still available if you or anyone wants to buy end of summer gifts, birthday gifts, or support local businesses. I encourage folks to go to cardshop318.com and to do so at your favorite local business. And then while it may feel like a drop in the bucket, at a time when cash is tight all over the city, and I don't have to tell this group that, we were able to find $100,000 available in community development funds that were specifically set aside for support for small business, and to create the Safe Reopening Fund in May as businesses were beginning to reopen. And we created forgivable loans to micro businesses of $500 to cover the cost of PPE, working capital, and other costs that businesses were incrementally experiencing to get open. And we made this available only to the city's very smallest businesses who had not received other forms of aid from the state or federal government. Going forward, we are continuing to add additional elements to our entrepreneurial ecosystem to support local business owners. In particular, I have been working directly with several local entrepreneurs who are hoping to bring businesses to the downtown and Texas Avenue corridors. And we will soon be pivoting the sort of ongoing nature of Shreveport Up Is into an ongoing resource for small-scale entrepreneurs serving primarily the local market. A third category of initiatives involves support for affected and displaced workers. So I have already mentioned the 17,000 people currently looking for work in our region. The initiative I'm most excited to share is an initiative we will soon be launching called Code SHV. It will likely launch in September or October of this year, and we will be using federal funds made available through the CARES Act to cover tuition for up to 100 Shreveport residents to attend remote software development, boot camp style workforce development programs. In other words, to become software developers. And if this effort succeeds, it could as much as double the number of software developers in our region and help us over the long term become a center of a high skill economy with high pay jobs. This kind of program is at the center of almost every other entrepreneurial ecosystem that you see in small cities in America. And graduates of programs like this typically earn $75,000 a year or more as a starting salary. And so we're very excited to bring this program forward. It's currently in the RFP phase, but I know there will be at least one and perhaps several very high quality companies that bid to put it on. And so I look forward to working with y'all to source applicants and to get the word out throughout the community. We have also been working to promote the available upskilling and training programs that already exist in our community, such as a great number of high-quality programs at Bossier Parish Community College, Southern University, the Caddo Career and Technical College, and other institutions, and supporting the work of Reboot Louisiana, which is a statewide multi-institution initiative to make upskilling programs available to a greater number of Louisianians. And I'm working with NLEP as well as the outside firms Bloomberg and Brookings to investigate further upskilling initiatives that we can bring to our region with the potential to affect greater numbers of participants, and with a focus on growth industries where there are still jobs available, such as IT and health fields. I am also working with several area partners on an initiative which is not ready to launch yet, but which has a lot of interest to incentivize and support remote work at this time, where across the economy we are seeing companies around the country and the world shift to a remote model. And at a time where the number of people looking for work greatly outnumbers the available number of jobs in our economy and will for the foreseeable future, we view remote work as a way of bringing jobs to our area without requiring site visits and capital investment of a kind that are very hard during a crisis like this. Of course, the primary responsibility for affecting displaced workers lies with the Louisiana Workforce Commission and with the LED Rapid Response Team, and we support and appreciate the work that they are doing in the economy. But the mayor and I will continue to play a key role in this space, including promoting the locally available jobs as they come available in surge industries. A fourth category of work is what I would call amping up business development and retention efforts, right? The classic work of economic development of trying to retain the companies that we have and attract other companies to come and invest here. We have, of course, amped up and literally made contact with scores of different business owners in town in order to maintain good relationships and to be first to know if there are challenges facing employers in the region. I am working to ensure, bless you, a safe restart to the film industry. And there is exciting news on this front for the first time in at least several years. A feature film will be kicking off in Shreveport this August, and it appears there is pent-up demand for content and production of film and TV across the country.
I need to cut you off, Mr. Fail. I'm getting word from the chair that you've exceeded 15 minutes.
Pardon me. I will close by saying there is a great deal of ongoing work that we can do. There are a handful of industries, including film, where there is growth right now. And over the long term, I think there's a lot we can do on the reskilling and on the high-tech front to prepare ourselves for a remote future. I would also look forward to continuing to work with any or all of you on initiatives that are specific to your districts. I know there are specific projects that several of you are working on with me. I'll also be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fail. Does anyone have any questions? I want to remind you that we are at 5 o'clock and we have not made it to public comment or the public hearing that we have.
Yep, just want the mayor to and Mr. Fail to make sure we get some kind of, I'd like to know what all we, or Mr. Fail had worked on pre-COVID and post-COVID. That's just specifics on that.
Like a paper, like a written document?
Today, yeah, not today.
We would love a written document from you.
Sounds
I
good.
agree, Councilman Bowden. Thank you for that. Councilman Fleury, did you have something else to add?
Yes, I did. I would like to ask two questions of Brandon. Of course, he lost me back quite early on, but I was listening and I heard words like challenge and promise. What I want to know is, have you made any trips out to Libby Glass and visited with them recently?
I have spoken by phone with both local and remote members of the Libby Glass team, and I know the mayor has also done so.
Well, I'm not sure what you said, but I'm going to depend on the vice chair to tell me at a later date.
Chairman, can you hear me? This is the mayor. Can you hear me?
The other thing is that I have I have McAllister's and Starbucks that possibly are going to locate out on the AT&T property, and I want to know what are you doing to help me get those as the economic development with the city. Have you reached out to them and see if we can do anything to encourage that for Southern Hills?
I have not specifically, but would be pleased to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Chairman Fleury.
I wanted to provide an update to council about Libby Glass. We've been speaking to the crew of Libby Glass and trying to identify potential partners to come in to use the furnace that they have and also utilize the rail that is the factory that's rail accessible and various other components to the factory. Myself, I'm actually working with Congressman Mike Johnson on it, and we're looking for partners right now. And we have some promising leads, but nothing certain at this time. So we're working it as best as possible. There are some opportunities with glass making right now. As you can imagine, the demand for vials, if we get a cure for this virus, the demand for vials is going to go through the roof. So the federal government has actually partner with several corporations to produce vials. So for in the instance that we develop a vaccine for COVID-19, and that's the kind of companies that we're looking for to take over Libby Glass. And like I said, promising leads, but nothing that's certain right now, but we're going to continue to work that.
Thank you, Mayor. Anything else for either Mr. Fail or for Mayor Perkins as it pertains to this subject? Mayor Perkins, did you have anything else for us today?
The last thing I have 3 appointees that are present, 2 in the chamber and 1 by Zoom. If council would like to ask them questions at this time, they are available.
Is this the appropriate time, Ms. Ewing?
Yes, you guys can ask some questions now. They're not on the agenda for appointment today, however.
Then are you all okay to proceed with that right now? Then we shall proceed.
So first up, I have Ron Latier for City Attorney.
Good evening. Ron Latier, 137 Colonel A.P. Coons Drive, Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm also a voter at 701 West 68th Street, Shreveport, Louisiana, and my councilman is Miss Councilman Lavette Fuller. I'm glad to be here. I entertain any questions you may have for me at this time. Mayor, Councilman Fleury.
Madam Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Letier,
Yes,
I want to say first how much I appreciate your willingness to undertake what I anticipate will be a challenging job given the city's present circumstances. You and I don't know each other, but we have mutual friends, and they all speak very, very highly of your skills as a lawyer. Herschel Richard, who is the lawyer I love and respect about most in the world, talked to me about your nomination, and he said he couldn't think of a better choice, and I have to agree with that. So,
thank you.
So thank you very much for being willing to serve the city. I know you can address these issues, but a couple of issues have been raised about your nomination. One is you've got a private practice, and you're very, very busy and successful.
Thank you.
And so I'd like to know how you plan to balance your private practice with your obligations to the city, and it may be as simple as having other lawyers and staff working for you, but I want you to assure us, as I know you will, that you'll be able to do that.
That's exactly it. I do have other lawyers that will step in for me when the time arises. But as you know, working with Herschel Richard, he taught you that the job was not a 9 to 5.
That's it.
The job is more like a 7 to 7, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if necessary. So I'll balance it that way. And obviously, the city of Shreveport comes first.
Yeah. And another issue that our question has been asked is that you've done some work for the city, and of course you're going to withdraw from those cases before you become city attorney. And you also have served as counsel to the Red River Waterway Commission and maybe some other local. Is that right?
I am counsel for the Cattle Levy Board.
Okay.
And I'm also the first African American commissioner for the Red River Waterway Commission, not attorney.
Not counsel.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Well, and I'll just comment that I'm certain that you will resolve any potential conflicts before you're sworn in as city attorney. And I'm not suggesting any conflicts exist. I'm just saying you'll take care of that.
Yes, sir. And I've checked, and there are none.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, anyone else have questions for Mr. Latier?
Nope, I think Mr. Nicholson did his job as an attorney to an attorney. He was telling
To be fair to Councilman Nicholson, I asked Attorney Latier the exact same question, so.
Well, thank you for coming today to meet with us, Mr. Latier.
Thank you, and see you, Ms. Creel. Thank you for everything.
You know how to find me.
You got say it again?
You know how to find me.
That's right. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Next, I'll have Ms. Coretta Kimball for the Personnel Management Board.
I'm sorry, Ms. Quill, I'm sorry, real quick, she can stand up. Did you, are you two able to be able to catch up on anything that he needs to catch up on before you leave?
Yes, sir. I actually submitted to the mayor and CAO this morning a transition document.
Okay.
It's pretty lengthy. It's about 41 pages, but it covers most of the initial fires that are still ablazing, and of course, I'll be available by phone if anybody needs me.
Okay.
Lawyers are used to a lot of paper, so Mr. Latier will be fine.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Coretta Kimball. I live at 4218 Scenic Drive, Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm in District G, Mr. Bowman's area. And do you have any questions for me? Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Any questions, colleagues?
No, she just said she lived in my district. She good.
That's right. That's what
How much candy have you eaten over there, Mr. Bowman? Okay, that explains it, because you just got hyped. Well, thank you for your willingness to serve. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's nothing else, thank
It's
you.
one more. We have.
Well, I'm just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying your excuse from the podium. Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
Mayor
ma'am.
Perkins.
I have one more. We have a William Daniel for the Water and Sewer Director position. He couldn't be here. He's still in Baton Rouge, but he is here over Zoom. So I think we should see him pop up on the screen. A second.
Do we need Mr. Hanson to help us out?
Yeah. Oh, he can hear us?
Well, he's on our Zoom right now. We haven't heard.
Well, you want the council to start asking questions? What's the guidance?
There's no technology problem.
Okay. So he can hear us. They should start answering questions. Ask.
He should be able to hear you. I don't know if he's sitting at his desk listening.
Yeah, his screen's black, so.
Okay.
Mr. Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah, we, there he is. Mr. Daniel, we're ready for you to introduce yourself as the candidate for the Director of Water and Sewer. I'm not sure that. Chairman Fleury, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I can't tell if we've still got Mr. Daniel.
I believe it's muted.
I think he unmuted, but we still can't hear him.
It should. I'm not muted.
Okay.
There you
I
are.
have Mr. William on the phone here. Can you guys hear him?
I think now.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear him
Go
after.
ahead, Mr. Daniel. Can you speak to council? Tell them about yourself.
Good afternoon, Council. I would like to apologize for the poor connection that I have here, but I want to say that I'm very excited about the opportunity to come to Shreveport. I have a long history with Shreveport, Louisiana. My mom and dad were born there. All my relatives live there, so this is a homecoming of sorts for me. I'm looking very much forward to getting there and diving in and working on trying to make the sewer and water system work better for everybody. I don't know exactly, I'm not 100% sure if you can hear me or not, but
We can hear you.
okay. But again, I'm very excited, and I would love to answer any questions y'all might have.
Councilman Butcher.
Mr. Daniel, your resume is extremely impressive. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that.
I'm glad this is a very good choice by the mayor and Chief Whitehorn. I guess one of the biggest questions since I've been elected, one of the biggest concerns is we have an issue with billing. I think everybody sitting up here today gets a complaint a week probably about water billing and then customer service. And during COVID, it's gotten worse just due to the fact of limited employees. When you come in, will you make customer service your top priority?
Well, it's interesting that you should talk about customer service. I feel like since I entered politics back in 1995, that I became a customer service representative. I went from 30,000 constituents to working for the city of Baton Rouge to 400 and something thousand constituents. So customer service is the most important aspect. The residents of the city, they are the customers of the city, and I'm looking forward to understanding exactly what the problems might be and figuring out how we can go about correcting them as quickly as possible. It's, you know, the whole idea of government is to make life better for the residents that live there. And so I agree with you 100%. Customer service is the most important thing, especially in, you know, dealing with the citizens on a day-to-day basis, and then doing projects that are in the benefit of the city and of the residents.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd also like to say that, you know, customer service is also working for my new boss, the mayor, and working for the council as well. So I'm very cognizant of that aspect of customer service also.
I would ask you about the importance of the consent decree, but I'm sure Councilman Nicholson is going to get into that.
No,
But no, I appreciate your willingness to serve. I look forward to meeting you in person, and Mayor and Chief Whitehorn, from what I can tell and see, good choice.
Madam Vice Chair.
Councilman Nicholson.
Mr. Daniel, I'll defer my long conversation with you regarding the consent decree until we can sit down in person, but I just want to say for the public that, as Councilman Butcher said, your resume is really extraordinary. You were Chief Administrative Officer of East Baton Rouge for 5 years. You served 3 terms in the legislature, which you list under additional experience, so it's an afterthought. And you've been the Infrastructure Division Director in Ascension Parish for the past 3 years. So it would be hard to imagine somebody with a resume better for the position that you're filling. So I thank you for being willing to come to Shreveport. We've got our challenges, but I'm optimistic that under your leadership, this department will move in the right direction and continue to improve. So thank you very much for being willing to serve the city.
Council, I would like to add part of something that's not on my resume, but my aunt and uncle are constituents of yours. So
Well, that's one more. That's one more check in your favor, then, Mr. That's great.
See, Mr. Daniel, I intended to ask you as country as I could who your people were, since you said you were connected to Shreveport. But I decided I wouldn't, but now I've done it anyway. Well, thank you for your time today. Does anyone else have any more questions?
All right, Madam Vice Chair, that's all I have today. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Thank you, Mayor. We're going to continue. Mr. Fleury, did you have any questions, Councilman?
no, I spoke with him by telephone this morning, and I too am impressed with his resume. I think about that story about how you that big elephant with one bite at a time. So I'm sure he has had bigger projects before other than the water department. So I look forward to him serving. I thank you for being willing to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That's going to conclude our awards, recognitions, and additional communications. Does anyone have questions or concerns relative to property standards for Mr. Green?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Butcher.
Just real quick, I want to thank Mr. Green and his team for, we've had a real problem with the house down off of Norris Ferry Road. And, immediately I started sending some more emails. He checked on it last year for us. And I want to thank them for getting out there and cleaning it up. You make me look good with my constituents. So I just want to thank you.
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Taylor.
I want to echo the same sentiments, even though my property, my district is off of Norris Ferry Road. But thank you for all that you're doing to help my citizens feel a whole lot better within District A.
Councilman Green, did you have something?
Yeah, Mr. Green, would you check with Ms. James tomorrow and let her know that we're gonna get all that grass cut over there off Pleasant Street and Palm Road? She's called me 10 times.
She called me today.
So would you please call her in the morning and let her know we're gonna take care of it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Nicholson.
Mr. Green, I've gotten a couple of emails this afternoon while we sat here about the 600 block of Sherwood where it dead ends into Crestwell. Would you have somebody have a look at that area and cite
sir.
any violations, please? Thank you.
Okay.
And I'll state that I appreciate you. We've been on the phone a lot more lately, you know, talking about several different things, and we've had enough media. I'm not even gonna bother you about it right now. I'm gonna let you. You're smiling. I'm gonna let you keep smiling and not give you any headaches for the rest of the day.
I appreciate it.
All right. Thank
All
you,
right.
Mr. Green.
All right.
Did everyone receive their revenue collection implementation reports? Surety bond? We didn't have that, did we?
There haven't been any changes.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Today, we are required to hold a public hearing on Resolution 89 of 2020, stating the City of Shreveport's endorsement of Studio Network Shreveport LLC to participate in the benefits of the Louisiana Restoration Tax Abatement Program and to otherwise provide with respect thereto. This public hearing is now called to order. Does the administration have a presentation?
Yes, we do. Frederick Lewis with the Department of Community Development. Before the council today is Resolution 89 of 2020, which is Studio Network Shreveport 1 LLC. And the project is the old Sears building on 629 Texas Street. The total cost of the project is $11,321,000 for the total refurbishment and rehabilitation of the building. On completion, which it basically has been completed, there were 48 luxury apartments. The building is included 624 plus 2 additional buildings for a total of 110,000 square feet, 35,000 of which is for retail space. At this time, there's a number of businesses operating in the location. I believe the apartments there are, I believe the number was 70% filled at this point in time. And this is before the City Council for endorsement of the application to the Louisiana's Economic Development Department. And we are available for any questions that you have.
Colleagues, do you have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this resolution?
Madam Vice Chairman, Mr. Chairman, my name is Tom Arsenault, 333 Texas Street, Suite 700, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71101. I represent Studio Network in connection with this application. I just want to point out that this is a tax abatement, which means that they're not taxed on the money that they spent to improve this building that had been vacant for many, many years, and I think they made a great impression, a great improvement on the downtown. We would appreciate your support. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, colleagues?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenault. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this? If not, this hearing is closed. Ms. Ewing, is there any legislation to be added today?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. We have the following public comments. Mark Schlater. As a reminder, please give your name and your address, and then you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mark Schlater. I live at 656 Rutherford Street. On June 23rd of this year, the council passed Resolution 79 to establish a task force, a subcommittee of the Public Safety Committee, to hold hearings on police reform and the possible formation of a citizen police reform board. As far as I can tell, there have been no such hearings and no announcement of the task force formation. When I contacted my city council member at the end of July about this resolution, I was told no progress had been made. Even more distressing, I have found no evidence that the Public Safety Committee has met since April 9th of this year. There is a YouTube record of that meeting, but no minutes. There are no scheduled meetings of the Public Safety Committee on the calendar for the city of Shreveport. There is not even, as far as I can find, any public information about the composition or makeup of the Public Safety Committee on the city's website. Simply put, if a committee is not meeting, no work can be done. I believe that an open discussion of public safety and police conduct is needed in Shreveport, especially when some citizens understandably view the officers themselves as a threat. To build up trust, we need transparency and action. I urge the council to take up the work of Resolution 79 openly and quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Sir, thank you for your comments. We're actually planning 4 virtual meetings, as I talked with Mr. Hanson today. I am working on the logistics of the final speakers for that. Look to have that within the next 10 days. As Mr. Hanson works out the technological components that we're going to have, there will be 4 virtual meetings as it relates to that. And I will definitely keep you updated. And please feel free to call me. You can reach me at 318-732-8442. Thank you. Thank you for inquiring.
Ms. John Glover.
Good evening. John Glover, 9100 Walker Road, apartment 121, Shreveport 71118. The last time I stood in your midst, we spoke to Resolution 94. I'm here today on behalf of an organization, Cattle Alliance for Freedom, in support of Resolution 94. We know that any stress on our city and its services will not be beneficial for any citizens of the city nor the parish alike. So we ask that you all will join Councilwoman Fuller and supporting her with Resolution 94. These are tedious times, and we know that there are those who want to be a part of the city, but they opted to not be a part of the city. And we can't be forced into a collaboration or partnership when we're already disadvantaged. So I ask that you all will consider that and that you will indeed, again, support Councilwoman Fuller. Thank you.
Barbara Sellers.
Good afternoon, members of council, Chief Whitehorn and Mayor Perkins. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking here today.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sellers, could you give your name and your address? And
Certainly.
then you'll have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. Barbara Sellers, 222 Lafitte Road. I'm here today on behalf of the Shreveport Firefighters Association, upwards of over 500 members. We're here today just to plea on the council to consider, as they move on Proposition 100, to include fire. We are working in unprecedented times, and every bit of the discussion that I have been able to listen to today from the members that were addressing council or some of the mayor's comments, every one of them go back to fire. The mayor said today that we have an unprecedented number of shootings, and police are responding, fire are responding every time there is a shooting, and we are providing all of the trauma support and the medical needs to the patients. We heard from economic development, the buildings. We're on the ground floor of all of that. The men and the women in this room today are just a snapshot of the services that we provide. They just happen to be the ones that provide the services just for this area. Every aspect of the partnership that we share with police and the work that we do in tandem is essential, and we value that work that police provides, but we're also a part of that. And we would not want to send the message to our members that we don't value that aspect. So we are asking very respectfully that each member of council would come back to the table with our fire chief and sit down and see what we can do to move and advance a pay plan for both agencies. It's essential that we do that. I know that with the COVID crisis, some of the things that we heard about supporting the mayor and the messaging right now, we just met with the mayor and Chief Whitehorn, our organization, our executive board met, and we outlined a project that we have just completed that will be actually going to the public, that's going to support that message, and it's a public health message. We're going to be wearing those shirts. They're going to be providing essential, supportive, educational information for our community. The Shreveport Fire Department's leading the way to a healthier community. And it's projects like these that we continue to do. Not only did we support the mayor in the messaging, we supported our governor in messaging and keeping Shreveport safe. And we are responding every day to the folks that have been impacted negatively by COVID. And there are unintended consequences to our members when they're out there, boots on the ground, in responding to these types of incidents. So I just plead upon the council to make sure that we send the essential message to our members, our department, our portion of public safety, that we value each one of our service, and do so by not leaving us out of any public safety raise. And I have to mention that we also recognize—
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Thank you very much for your time.
Right,
thank you so much.
Madam Vice Chair.
Ms. Sellers.
Ms. Sellers, will you come back to us, please?
Councilman Butcher.
Captain Sellers, thank you for being here, and thank you for talking. I immediately, whenever the proposal was proposed at the last meeting that I wasn't at, by Councilwoman Fuller, I immediately called the chief, and we have had several conversations about a raise for the firefighters. I've talked to several firefighters as well. I am committed to making that happen. I was once a member of the Shreveport Fire Department from 1993 to 99 or 2000. I was a fire chief for 11 years. I cannot think of a time that the Shreveport Fire Department was not included in a raise without the Shreveport Police Department, or vice versa. The problem, like I've told everybody, is funding, and we're going to have to figure out a way to have a sustainable raise that will last, because you have to compound the 33% FRS that's going in. You've got to all these things. So we want to make sure that we're able to give a raise. I put this analogy out to a firefighter today, the way I feel about it. And as an EMT, currently still registered, I may need a refresher, Chief. The first thing you do as an EMT when you get on the scene is you try to mitigate the bleeding if you've got a shooting. And I think we're at a point right now where we have to try to stop the bleeding. Then we can get to the hospital and do surgery to be a permanent fix. But we need to save the life of the fire department and the police department. We're losing firefighters and police officers at a rapid rate. I don't think the mayor or anybody else would disagree with that. But it's going to take everybody sitting up here, and the chiefs and the unions working together to come up with something that's sustainable for both departments, without encumbering the citizens that are struggling. You saw the Alice report just a minute ago. We have a lot of poverty in our community, and we're going to have to come together and figure out a way to stop this bleeding, where we can get y'all to the hospital and get surgery where it's a permanent fix. So I am committed over the next 2 weeks, just to let everybody know that's listening on the internet, all the firefighters that are here today, thank you for your service. I appreciate y'all being here. This is a 2-reader, which basically means that it'll be read today and introduced for the police department. I plan on trying to present some legislation at the next meeting if we all can come together, and I say we all the people I named before, if we can all come together with a viable way to give public safety in the city of Shreveport a raise. So I'm behind y'all. I understand where y'all are coming from. I understand where the police department's coming from. I've had numerous conversations with Chief Raymond as well. I just think that we have got to come together as a city. I feel like that this is one of the big F's since I've taken office, that we have not been able to accomplish this. I'll end it with this. Whenever I started at Fire District 5 in 1991 as a firefighter, we had 3 full-time employees. And the goal was always to get to the Shreveport Fire Department. Fire District 5 was like the captains to the San Francisco Giants, right? I mean, that's the way it was. I mean, you wanted to get to the Shreveport Fire Department. I went and rode out just because I wanted to be a part of the Shreveport Fire Department. Now, I never would have thought that we would have firefighters leaving the Shreveport Fire Department to go to a fire district. I mean, it's flipped. Fire districts, you know, the big thing about a fire district to me is my tax at Fire District 5 was only 10 years. That's only 10 years of longevity that you got that you can depend on. It has to be renewed every 10 years. What if the taxpayers don't do it? That's a huge risk those firefighters leaving that are already invested in the Shreveport Fire Department. So that tells you that there's a problem, and I'm afraid that it goes back to pay, and we're going to have to do something to stop that bleeding. So sitting here right now, you have my commitment, but unless the good fairy comes and drops a bunch of money in the middle of Government Plaza, it's going to take some work. So, but thank you for your service. Thanks, guys, for coming, and also all the police officers, and I'm not going to leave you out, Scott Dillon, city marshals included. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Butcher. I tried to express today on the call with Chief Wolverton that I thought you were working on that. I'm glad to hear you say it here in person in public today.
Councilman Butcher?
Yes, sir.
Yield?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Butcher?
Yes, sir. Chairman, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Councilman Fleury. When you speak about fire districts, would you just briefly speak, because we need to talk about funding. We need to talk about how we're going to go forward, or whether it's going, what I've been calling the syntax, which is not really right. It should be more like a, but when you speak of fire district, they have dedicated funding for their district. Is that not correct?
That's correct. They work off of an M&O, which is a millage and operations tax, which is renewed every 10 to 15 years. Then they also
so that may be something that we have to look at.
Well, let me go a step further, Chairman, if you can hear me.
We've got 2 more people on the board, and we're still in public comment.
One real quick thing. There also is a public safety fee that fire districts also assess. My fire district assessed $100, and then when we went in the ambulance transport business, we assessed $75. That's per year, per structure. Anything that we do to generate that money, I want it to go to the taxpayers. I'm not going to arbitrarily put or would like to see us put a fee on a water bill without going to the taxpayers. So that's it. Thank you. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Butcher. Thank you, Councilman Fleury. The chair recognizes Councilman Nicholson.
Captain Sellers, I just want to add my voice to Councilman Butcher's and say that like him and really like everybody around the horseshoe up here, we all deeply appreciate the Shreveport Fire Department. We recognize the critical role that firefighters play in public safety, and it's every bit as important to provide fair and competitive compensation to firefighters as it is to provide it to police officers. One of the key issues that I ran on when I decided to seek my city council seat was providing better salaries for public safety, because that's an important part of keeping our city safe and keeping firemen and firewomen and police officers in place. I will say that even if finding money for these raises requires additional revenue, I will support that. My first preference is always to cut before we ask for more from taxpayers, but we must address the fact that we are paying firefighters and police officers significantly below regional market rates for their services. We won't be able to retain the people that we need to keep the city safe if we don't change that. I would very much prefer that any additional revenue we obtain come from the least regressive source possible. In other words, I want to make sure that we allocate the burden of that additional revenue to the people who can pay it. And so while I'm open-minded about a public safety fee, and I want to talk about all possible solutions to this problem. I'm reluctant to impose a flat fee on all citizens across the city because I'm very concerned about the burden that any additional tax or fee will impose on the 55 or 60% of our population that is in desperate economic circumstances, as we just heard from the United Way. So know that, like Councilman Butcher and the others on the council, we're committed to treating our firemen and women fairly. We're going to do that, but it's going to take some work to figure out a solution on funding. Thank you.
Councilman Bowman.
Okay. Pretty much they've answered or stated my comments, what I had. I just want to make sure that, as we do know that fire gets, the 2% longevity rate, and then police is included into that. I mean, we just something that we do. So I didn't want to leave fire out on the vice versa end of us looking for a raise for police. So I wanted to make sure that we do that, look for those ways for fire and also for the city marshal's office included. And that's, again, would take, like Councilman Butcher said, everybody has to come to the table and discuss their needs and their plans or their thoughts. And then at the end of the day, we will get those other departments who are heavily looking for a raise as well. So I don't want to forget or have anyone to forget about those other departments as well after the fact. That's it. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilman Bowman. Councilman Green.
Thank you. I'd just like to make my earlier statements clear. I'm for fire, police, everybody getting a raise. But as I read the charter, if next week, next council meeting, if this legislation passed, whether we include fire and police in the same resolution, we will be breaking the law because we will not have the facts as to where the money is coming from. It's one thing to say, yeah, you can go and sign your name and get this new car, but then once you get the new car and the note come up, then you can't pay it. So I just ask that everybody would bear with everybody. Let's sit down, let's be calm. We don't know how long this COVID is going to be. We don't know. We don't know how the taxes are right now. We have furloughs. All the department heads, I can call whoever on different days, whatever. Well, I'm not working right now. I'm at home. I got to take a furlough because we don't have the money. And so they agreed to take a cut. So I'm just asking everybody to just hold off on this legislation. Let's just see where this is going. While we're seeing where it's going, let's work on a plan that once we get from point A to point B, then we can move. But if we vote on this according to how I read the charter, maybe I misunderstood it. You can't just say, okay, we're gonna give you a raise. The law says you gotta have the money as to calculate it. So, Mr. Whitehorn, I'm gonna come back to you. Is that true what I'm saying in the charter, that you just can't give a raise? You got to know where the money's coming from?
We do have to have a source of funding for the pay raise, and we have some ideas, and I know Councilwoman Fuller has some ideas, and I think once we all come together, we can put together an adequate source of funding and a plan.
Right, and I've also talked to Councilman Butcher some time ago, a few weeks ago, about how we could come to getting some funds, and we came to a mutual understanding. But even for that, this is not the right time to do it. But we do have it was a sensible plan to me. Councilman Butcher, would you verify that conversation that we did have it? We don't have to go in detail,
right.
But we did have the conversation.
I think the important thing is that to let our public safety people know that this is not something that we're taking lightly, and we are discussing this behind the scenes to try to get y'all the raise that you deserve. So yes, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to continue with public comments. Sharon Davenport.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon Davenport. I reside at 5224 Sussex Avenue, 71108. And I am a little nervous, my first time, but I'm here about our police. The lack of it. I've been off work for a year due to an accident at work. I have never seen a police drive down my street. Never. I've called. I've emailed you 3 times, Mayor. I've called the police department to speak to the chief. I've left messages. No one called me back at all. No, I've never seen them. I see them sitting at Bunnies to Freedom, 2 or 3, the library, across from Caddo Heights school. They all parked there. I pulls up and ask them, why I don't see you on my street, in my area? You all are always parked. Oh, they tell me, like you, I just been hearing, you're short-handed. Me, myself, I don't want to hear that you're short-handed. I want to see you doing what you was sworn to do. I called my neighbors. They had a shootout. Well, it was a drive-by. I called the police. Yes, they came out. That's the only time I really seen them on my street. They came out. My neighbors walked down the street with AK-47 in one hand, and they still do it. And some other kind of big gun in another one. No, I called. I'm still waiting for the police department to get there, and that's been 2.5 months ago. I came to the police station. I talked to, I think she's a Lieutenant Kelly. She said she was going to see into that because she don't believe, she don't agree with that, and she was going to do something. She did call me back. I still haven't seen any police on the streets, but they are always parked together, laughing and talking. And wherever I see them, Motown, Uri Drive, I pulls up and ask them. You have some that get smart at the mouth, and I do too. We go back and forth, but they did say, some of them do say, call. We are short-handed. One police, Hollywood area, goes back to so far. I understand that. I don't stay in them other areas. I live in the Hollywood area. I'm a concerned resident, and I would like to see, I live alone, and I will call the police. I will call, but will they come? Nope. One man, when I called in, I heard him sniggling before he hung that phone up. I need to know what is going. I need to see the police down those streets. Kent, the only time you seen them over there is when the murder was a week ago. Drive down these streets, not park and laugh and talk. We need to see them. I don't live in Spring Lake, but Hollywood is Spring Lake to me.
I'm sorry, Ms. Davenport, but your time is up. You live in my district, and I'm sorry to say. I hope
it's you. They didn't tell me.
I'm sorry, because if you tried to call me, my phone, I call back every missed call as I can get to him, but I can't clear that voicemail out. So if you try to call me, I'm sorry. But I don't think that I've ever talked to you or gotten a message from you. You can call me.
I even went on Facebook and
Did you email
inbox you. Yes, I have.
Well, I'm looking at my email. What email?
And I was told that before you look at your emails, I guess that's your secretary or whomever looks at them first. And then I was just told this last week. Talked to someone that works, yeah.
Yeah, my secretary has oversight, but if you email me, that email will come through, and I don't have any. What's your first name?
Sharon.
Okay.
SHARON.
And Ms. Davenport, are you on Facebook?
I am, but I don't go really on Facebook.
I understand. We have a group for District B on Facebook, and you can reach me. I can give you my phone number now, or we can get in touch later. Okay, but I've talked to the chief and to the CLO for our area about some stuff that's been going on a few blocks away from you. I'm not going to say what block, but with like not even 2 or 3 blocks from you, that you should be expecting a a more of a presence because of some activity?
My mom lives on Kent. I have a cousin live on Fairfax. Then myself, I don't do a whole lot of driving due to my accident, but I will go. I have to go see about my mom. No police. Well, you can call out your phone number for me.
It's 550-1535.
1535. You may find me on you will find me on Facebook. I do Messenger. If you send me something, I will respond. But like I said, I live alone, and I would love to see the presidents. And I know everybody need their money. Wants more money. I understand that, but there's no sense that I don't ever see any police in that area until there's a shooting, a killing.
Yeah, Ms. Davenport, you have the police chief that's here, and you have the deputy chief that's outside as well. So both of them will get with you before you leave and go home.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Benjamin Boyd.
Benjamin Boyd, 7710 East Kings Highway. I'm probably going to say some things. I'm going to make some statements. If they're incorrect, stop me. First of all, we got the same problems in Shreveport we had 20 years ago. We had declining population, check. We have failing schools, check. We have crime, check. We have jobs leaving, check. We have a crumbling infrastructure, check. And we have people that don't want to cut their grass. That's 20 years ago. It's just like today. Good so far? I think so. Recently, we got a citizen review board. When we already got a citizen review board. Our citizen review board is our elected officials. I don't know what this review board can do that y'all can't do. What can they do that y'all can't do? Y'all want them to do something that y'all won't do or can't do? I don't see how. And recently, we had a spike in crime, the chief said. Chief said we're going to flood the zone. Before we flood the zone, got to flood the zone at the police department. It's some embarrassing stuff that's been going on at the police department. And it's costly. It's going to be costly. One of them is we lost a police car. Am I right about that? I guess I am. We lost a police car. I don't know how you do that. I don't know if it's like a sock in the dryer. You go in there, reach it in, it's gone. Or you go to the parking lot, you be like, oh, we're missing a police car. I don't know if we ever resolved that or made somebody held accountable for that, but if we didn't, that's a sad case. And then in February, we had some police under the rules of a seatbelt chase some citizens, viciously beat them, ferociously beat them, and no one had the integrity, nobody had the fortitude, nobody had the core courage, and none one of them had the common sense to do the right thing. I think it was 8 of them, 0 for 8. That's embarrassing. And that's disrespecting the chief, really. All 8 of them police officers, they disrespected the chief and every person in leadership position. But fortunately for us, it was one person there that did something of biblical proportions. He did the right thing. One of the Shreveport police officers, though. And that dude there, Mayor, you need to give him the key to the city. I don't know if it's a man or a woman that did the right thing. That person need to get the key to the city and let us know. And I don't even know who they are. Any of y'all know who it was that did the right thing? That person there need to get the key to the city. We need to know who he is. He need to be on Aaron and Robert in the morning, so we know that there's good police officers out there. And also, other police officers need to know that he's getting the respect and do that he's deserved because he was able to do something nobody else would do.
Mr. Boyd, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenneth Kreft.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Kenneth Kraft, 157 Archer Avenue.
Shreveport 71105. I'm here to speak about several things. Thank you for the census. Please encourage your folks to fill it out. It is important. Number two, kind of reminders from meetings past, the ghost of council past. We had a resolution earlier in the year which was pulled. I know not why, but just as the Kettle Parish Home Rule Charter Committee met for the third time this morning in Tom Arsenault's office. Tom's a very capable chair, and we will meet one more time on August 25th at 9 a.m. So if you have ideas on the parish charter, send them to Clerk Jeff Everson, Levette's predecessor, or Tom or me or anybody. But let's think seriously again about a city charter review committee. It's got a lot of technical glitches in the charter. A lot of them are not that important, but there's some substantive things. Like, it still grates me that this council 5-2 gave us a hotel. We got to vote on the convention center, and Mayor Hightower got a huge yes on that. Didn't get my vote, but citywide. Number three, economic development. Let's really try to contact defense, and I'm sure you'll do this as a senator, but let's make Humvees for the Army and the Marines at GM. The contract's going to run out 3.5 years. The bidding's going to start soon. We need to get in there and try to make Humvees locally. Talk about economic security. Contract with DOD for the Army and the Marines runs for years. Next thing, the $35 million we passed recently. My little piece in John Settle's Focus last Friday, July sales tax surprise. I didn't see a 10.8% increase coming in the sales tax. Reverend Green talks about, okay, we're down 1.5% on the year in the revenue that's 57% of the general fund. Store managers with whom I've spoken have had 2 great weekends in August along Uri Drive. Now, I haven't been on Mansfield Road or Northern, but in the Uri Drive corner, they're having a better August than they did last year. We will need some of that $35 million, not all. But Captain Sullivan's right. We need to do fire with police. And Reverend Green's right. And then later on, we need to catch folks in Public Works and SPAR and other city departments. We will need most of the $35 million, I think about 22 to 25. It really depends when it's over how much you guys want to put into the operating budget reserve. Finally, Resolution 100, what a perfect number for a long overdue police pay raise. By my count, this is the 17th time I've stood here, going back to Mayor Glover and Mayor Tyler and Mayor Perkins, and asked to give public safety. I've always said give public safety folks a raise, not just police. The money is there. They're going to find it. Sharika and Chief can find it.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft.
Hey, you got 49 vacant positions. Use the money.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft. Sammy Mears.
Stop it. Sammy Mears, 1901 Centenary Boulevard, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71101. Why do hummingbirds hum? They don't know the words. Now, going from the craziness, ridiculous, 2 weeks ago, there was a lot of talk here at the city council about gun shootings that are taking place in different areas. Some time back, somebody was shot over at Oak Meadows Apartments that really hit headlines, and it happened right before I came out to get my mail at the mailbox. I'm really fed up with this, and I want for it to stop like a red light. People have no right to do this. They recently, not too long ago, caught a young man with dark short pants and a white t-shirt firing about 4 gunshots and then 10 gunshots right in front of my outside window, and I witnessed this. So like everybody else, I contacted the police and they came out, and then it was turned over to a detective who contacted us, and 4 days later the young man was caught, and of course I reported it, which was a good thing for this detective to get to the bottom of it and make this nonsense stop. It's ridiculous, and it needs to stop right now. That's one thing I wanted to address. I'll be giving money to MDA very soon, and this will be 32 years, by the way, when I do. So wish me very good luck on that, and feel free if you think you can help, because I know that right now I've got $95 already saved up so far, and if anyone can help, just let me know. And COVID-19 was talked about today. Like Flo says, it can kiss my grits.
Thank you, Sammy. Hey, Sammy, we heard you on Mad Money last week.
Talking to Jim Cramer?
Mm-hmm.
That was me.
You told him your butterfly joke.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was too thrilled about that, but
Well, you need to tell us that one again because I don't remember it. Just tell us real quick.
well, I just let Jim Cramer know that the reason I was so mad was because this robocall made me feel insulted, and I insulted it back, saying you can throw the margin out the window to see the butterfly for all I care.
Thanks,
So I got my
Sammy.
revenge.
Nice work. Thank you. That concludes our request to speak. We have no executive appointments to be considered today. There are no items under consent agenda for introduction or consent. And Ms. Ewing, can we please proceed with regular agenda legislation? Councilman Fleury? I guess what we'll do is when everyone else pushes their button to vote on anything, and I'll just go ahead and cue you to give your vote yea or nay. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Let's proceed.
Resolution 88, authorizing a request to be made to the Louisiana Department of Natural Resources, Louisiana State Mineral and Energy Board, to seek public bids for an oil, gas, and mineral lease involving the property located in Districts A, F, and G, and described herein, and to execute the lease for certain mineral interests owned by the City of Shreveport, and to authorize the mayor to execute any and all documents related to the intent of this resolution.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
That's a motion by Councilman Green and a second by Councilman Nicholson. Any discussion? Then I call for the vote. Councilman Fleury, how do you vote?
Yes.
It's a yay from Councilman Fleury, and that passes 6-1.
Resolution 89, stating the City of Shreveport's endorsement of Studio Network Shreveport One LLC to participate in the benefits of the Louisiana Restoration Tax Abatement Program.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion by Councilman Green, a second by Butcher. Call for the vote.
Yes.
It's a yes from Councilman Fleury. That passes you. Oh yeah, that passes unanimously. I'm forgetting that that E is giving us an audible. Sorry.
Resolution 93, accepting a donation valued at $40,000 from Step Forward to the City of Shreveport.
So moved.
It's a motion by Councilman Green, second by Councilman Bowman. Any discussion? Let's call for the vote.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Let's continue.
Resolution 94, encouraging the Metropolitan Planning Commission, MPC, to pass a resolution to halt the acceptance of new annexation applications for a period of 12 months. And there is one amendment. Amendment 1 places a 6-month delay on the commencement of the 12-month period, halting the acceptance of new annexation applications.
Move for the adoption of the amendment.
It's a motion by Councilman Nicholson and a second by the chair. I call for the vote.
No.
Councilman Fleury?
No.
That was a no for the amendment from Councilman Fleury. So that's 2 against, it passes. Let's continue to, can I get a motion on the resolution?
So moved as amended.
Motion to approve as amended by Nicholson and a second by the chair.
Madam Chair.
Any discussion? Councilman Green?
Yes. Madam Chair, I'm kind of confused on what we do on 94 because we're having a resolution on the next meeting that will be 6 and 6. Resolution number 98 will be next week. So if we voted on this week, then the next council meeting will be voting on 98, or do we vote against 94, or vote for 94 if we want to have 98?
If you're in favor of 90, well, if 98 passes in 2 weeks, would that just supersede whatever we do today?
Both of these are recommendations to the MPC. So I mean, then the MPC could.
So this
pick
isn't
either.
actually a binding, what this is doing is making a recommendation to the MPC for consideration to come back to us with something that we would adopt. We're not actually adopting a moratorium today. We're just making a recommendation to the MPC. We can make both recommendations and let them decide what they're gonna do from there, ultimately.
So my question, since it's just a recommendation, couldn't we just call them up on the phone and ask them to do it?
I call for the vote unless there's any other discussion. We've gone back and forth on this for a year.
Okay.
Well, again, I stated why my vote is no, and it's no again today.
No.
And that fails 4-2. Let's continue.
Resolution 95 to congratulate Sophia Nicolosi on being selected to represent Louisiana in the 63rd Distinguished Young Women National Finals.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to postpone this to give Ms. Nicolosi an opportunity to be here if she'd like to be.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please come forward. Thank you so much for being here. We reached out to you, but I hadn't heard as of the beginning of the meeting that you'd be here, but I'm so pleased that you are. You're a very accomplished young lady. Miss Heidi Gherkin contacted me about you and encouraged us to adopt this resolution, and so I will first ask the clerk, if she will, to read the resolution, please.
Whereas Distinguished Young Women, formerly America's Junior Miss, was founded in 1958 to reward the accomplishment of high school senior girls seeking to pursue higher education. And whereas the program that combines the chance to win college scholarships with the program that offers life skills training to prepare young women for the world after high school, and while modest in its beginnings, Distinguished Young Women grew and remains today the largest and oldest scholarship program of its kind for high school girls. And whereas Sophia Nicolosi, 18, a native of Shreveport and a 2020 graduate of Caddo Parish Magnet High School, is a principal dancer with the Shreveport Metropolitan Ballet and is employed as a camp counselor at the YMCA of Northwest Louisiana. She was selected in January to represent Louisiana in the 63rd Distinguished Young Women of America National Finals during a statewide competition held in Covington, Louisiana. And whereas, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the competition was streamed online and featured Sophia performing a tap dance during the talent competition on June 25th and the fitness and self-expression competition on June 26th. Sophia was also featured in several notable Shreveport locations, including the YMCA, the Strand Theater, Cross Lake, the Municipal Auditorium, and Shreveport Downtown Riverfront. And whereas during the preliminary night of the 63rd Distinguished Young Women National Finals broadcast, Sophia was awarded the 2020 Satellite Award Scholarship in the amount of $1,000 for the Wintle My Town Award in honor of Reggie Copeland. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Shreveport and due regular and legal session convened that the Shreveport City Council congratulates Sophia Nicolosi for being selected to represent Louisiana at the 63rd Distinguished Young Women National Finals and wishes her well as she plans to attend Temple University Honors College in Philadelphia this fall.
I was a principal dancer with that ballet company.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Move for adoption of the
Congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
a motion by Councilman Nicholson, a second by
Me.
Bowman.
Butcher. He beat me.
Call for the vote.
Councilman Flores.
Councilman Fleury, That was a muted yes.
Aye.
Well, Ms.
Then that passes unanimously.
Congratulations again on your accomplishment. What are your plans for college? What will you study?
I am majoring in English with a pre-medicine track.
Hey, that's wonderful. I hope you will come back to Shreveport, if not for medical school, then to practice medicine. And congratulations again on your very impressive accomplishments to this date.
Thank you, and thank you for the recognition.
Of course, you're so welcome. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Let's continue.
I'm sorry. Did you get the vote correct on the last one? 5-2, not 4-2?
No, not on Miss Nicolosi. She was unanimous.
It was,
but-
no, not this
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
but on the past, on
Yeah.
92, was it 94? 94.
It was 5 against. I thought I said that.
No, you said 4.
Okay.
Resolution 96, a resolution authorizing John Webb at 9245 Bury Drive to make a connection to the City of Shreveport's water and/or sewer system.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Chair?
Motion by Councilman Butcher, a second by Green. Councilman Butcher?
This is a stretch of land that is actually one of these that would benefit from annexation for the city. It's right behind Fire Station 20, and it is basically a triangle of about 2.5, 3 acres. The owner, it's right before you get to the intersection of Erie and Flournoy Lucas if you're headed to the south towards the port. The owner, or the purchaser, is planning on putting some type of strip mall there. So this would be one of these properties that I would hate to see us lose because it's backs up to a Shreveport fire station. So anyway, they wanted to go ahead and tie on to city water and sewer, so I would ask for your support on this.
Call for the vote.
Aye.
Let's continue. That passes unanimously.
Resolution 97 to suspend Rule 1.3 of the City Council Rules of Procedure to combine the administrative conference and regular meeting of the Shreveport City Council. The combined meeting will be held on the scheduled dates of the regular meetings, and this does require a 2/3 vote.
So move.
Second.
It's a motion by Green, a second by Butcher. I'll just say for the sake of discussion after today, I think that we desperately need to have administrative meetings because this has been chaos. We clearly have a lot that we need to be considering prior to an actual meeting.
Councilwoman Taylor.
We voting?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Aye.
That passes 6-1. Then will you please proceed, Mrs. Ewing, with the introduction of resolutions?
Resolution 98, encouraging the Metropolitan Planning Commission, MPC, to pass a resolution to halt the acceptance of new annexation applications for a period of 6 months. Resolution 99, authorizing the mayor to execute grant documents with the U.S. Department of Justice. Resolution 100, amending the pay schedule for the municipal police civil service personnel. Resolution 101, authorizing the mayor to accept a monetary donation of $98,900 from concerned business people of Shreveport to the city of Shreveport, Louisiana, to be utilized by the Shreveport Police Department. Resolution 102, authorizing the mayor to accept an in-kind donation worth $32,000 in value from the Simple Church to the city of Shreveport, Louisiana, to be utilized by the Shreveport Police Department.
Is there a motion to
So moved.
introduce? So from Green, a second by the chair. We don't need a vote. Councilman Butcher?
On resolution 100, I would, I think we've heard from the fire union. I think that we should hear from the fire chief. Chief Overton, would you like to say something about resolution 100? Huh?
Thank you, Councilman Wood. Council members, first I want to say thank you to Councilwoman Fuller for the time earlier today, the conference call. Also want to thank Captain Barbara, who came up and spoke in public comments, our labor union president. I'm very thankful that we have a great labor management relationship. We both have a common goal to work for the common good, safety and benefit for all firefighters. So I want to thank her for her words today. Let me first say I respect Councilwoman Fuller's resolution. I agree that all police officers should be paid more. I also believe our firefighters should be paid more and should have been included on one legislation as a public safety pay raise. Historically, there's always been pay parity with fire and police in the city of Shreveport. Every past administration and past council members took that approach. I would respectfully ask the council to allow myself and Chief Raymond to have an open-minded discussion with all of you and our city administration on how we can accomplish this endeavor for public safety and find an agreed-upon solution in the form of a sustainable funding source to not only provide raises for fire and police, but also for all city departments. We all work together to serve our citizens, and we give them our best every day. I have 6 to 7 recommendations that I'm looking forward to discuss with you. One is time sensitive, that will involve quick action on your part as council members. So there is a sense of urgency in discussing these matters. And I look forward to having that discussion with you. Thank you.
Councilman Bowman?
I just wanted to ask so I didn't know that this was the first discussion that you all had since this came up.
With Wolverton, yes.
Okay.
But he's been discussing with Butcher,
Okay.
and I understood that.
And okay, I just thought that you had a discussion with the fire chief as well.
Oh, no. This has all been specifically initiated by the Policemen's Association, actually.
Okay. All right.
Utilizing their funds, and I guess this is as good a time as any to actually address that. While we talk about revenue streams for creating a raise without moving any, without losing any positions, if we have a revenue stream for the current positions, I don't see how that goes away when you shift them to create the raise. It's the same revenue stream that already exists. And that is all spelled out explicitly in the attachments to the resolution. I don't need to grandstand or filibuster about it. I think that's clear. But like I said today on the call with Mr. Whitehorn and the mayor and both chiefs and all others who were present, the whole intention of this was to take it out of the back rooms and phone calls that we've been having where we're saying that we desperately need this to happen. Chief Raymond has been to this podium several times over the last 18 months and said to us, one thing that would be helpful is this particular thing. So this isn't something that I'm gonna live or die by if it doesn't pass, but it rings the bell that we're actually having this discussion formally and transparently, be it in audit and finance, be it in public safety, be it in this room right now during these meetings. We're having the conversation on the record so that we can actually get movement on it one way or the other. That's the purpose of me presenting it now. No more talking, let's have some doing. It's gonna be an open-minded and respectful and progressive conversation, and hopefully a productive conversation. And I do appreciate the time that we had today on the call to actually express that, get everything as much on the table as we could in such a brief time to begin to actually have the conversation we need to have. And I think that a lot will become very clear about what we are lacking and what we need to do about it. One thing that we say, it's like, well, we don't have a lot of money on the table. We would have to lose positions to do what's been presented. But the thing is, the revenue stream is the citizens, the taxpayers, and we're losing them. And the primary reason they say that they're leaving, and it could be a dog whistle, it could just be the truth, is safety. So we're gonna be left with the 60% of the community who are working poor or poorer than working poor, left to cover the bill when everybody else leaves. And I'm thinking that if we're talking about the police leaving first, we've got to figure out an outside the box way of stopping that bleeding. I'm glad that we're able to have it as a formal, transparent, open conversation by having the legislation there. And that's why it's a two-reader. So we can work on this over the next few weeks, delay the game if we need to in 2 weeks, but we're having the conversation. And that was the purpose of this. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Taylor.
I
and
still
then Mayor
had the floor,
Perkins.
so I'm going to disagree that, I'm going to agree to disagree that the primary reason, the statement that you made, the primary reason for people leaving is safety. I'm going to disagree with that.
It could be a dog whistle. I said that too.
It has to be a dog whistle because most of the people that I've talked to and for years is about jobs and pay raises and money. So I'm a big to differ on the safety issue. And the reason for me even bringing this up or asking about that, I just assumed that you had, since this was your legislation, that you had a conversation with Chief Wolverton as well when this first came up. So that was my reason for asking, and that was it. There was nothing else to ask about the reason for people leaving, because that's not the case.
I wasn't addressing you directly. I was just making my statement. But that wasn't meant as a retort to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Chief Wolverton and Chief Raymond, I have questions for each of you. If you would come forward. Chief Wolverton, as I appreciate as you made your comments regarding increases, and you included all city departments, because I think that is very, very necessary. Because I do understand what is also important to the fire department is when we talk about our public works department. And so those are all things that we definitely need to look at as well as other departments within the city. What I also wanted to ask both of you, as we talk about those first responders, does this include our classified employees within the police department and the fire department? Because your NAT team coordinators and those individuals that work there are also very important, but I didn't see that on this particular roster. So are they included in this raise as well?
In this particular model, they are not. This includes police officers, police communication officers, and jailers.
Are you going to consider them?
Yeah, I mean, I think I share in the chief's sentiments that I want all city employees to get raises.
Right, because
because classified within police is going to fall under classified within other city departments.
Right. I just know that they play such an intricate role in that area. Just as Chief Wolverton alluded to, when we talk about our other city departments, because they also play a very intricate and vital role to that. So I know that it will definitely make sure that we dive into all of that, and I really appreciate you bringing that out.
Can I speak to them while they're there?
Will you yield, Mayor, so that we can ask a question?
Yep, I'll yield to the end
Chief,
of this conversation.
would you all just come 1 minute and I'll be done? Yes, both of y'all, yeah. But what I want to say is that this is my third rodeo. You all know my record, and you know that I stand behind you all every raise. When I was on the council before, there was no problem. Chief Wolverton, one thing that I appreciate your statement, but one thing that really, highlighted what I was trying to say, sustainable. And that's what we're working on. That's what we gotta have. We can't just say we're gonna do this just because it'll make people feel good, but this is real stuff, people's lives. Once we pass this legislation, and we're gonna say we're gonna give X, Y, Z, well, after you work, a workman is worthy of his hire. We can't come back and say, well, we don't have the money to pay what we've already said. So therefore, I just appreciate you all being cool and letting us see what we can work out. And I appreciate from both of you, I have not heard not one of you with a pushy statement. And I really appreciate that. Just tell me what y'all are made out of. I know your heart, and I know that you know what we're going through, and I can appreciate you all's leadership to say, okay, man, I'm not gonna be pushing for this. Yeah, if I get it, we sure gonna accept. We're not gonna turn it down, but you all know just what we're working with, and I appreciate you all, and I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Mayor Perkins.
Did Councilman Butcher
You're
want
gonna-
to
okay,
speak
you-
before?
okay,
Yeah, I'll
Councilman-
yield to council members
Okay,
before I speak.
Councilman Butcher.
Real quick, this will take just a second. I would like to know if possible we can have a public safety committee meeting to discuss this. Would next Tuesday give everybody time
Are you
to?
bringing the tacos?
It is Taco Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I just texted my wife and told her I wanted tacos because it's Taco Tuesday. Anyway,
Makisha's
would
coming
that
too.
give everybody time, Chief? Okay. Is there any possible way we could have it in the chamber? Is that day available?
We'll have to check with the commission and the MPC to make sure.
Okay, I'll let y'all know a time where we can coordinate it. I want to give ourselves plenty of time to have a discussion. And I would like to have it here in the chamber where if you have PowerPoints or anything like that, you could provide those as well. Yes, sir.
Earlier, Mr. Whitehorn said that, they had the wherewithal, but I don't think next week would give him enough time and them enough time to go through all of what they got to go through. It can't just be like snapping a finger. But I mean, you could have a meeting, but I'm
Reverend,
just saying.
this to me is a starting point. I think
Cool.
Councilwoman Fuller started with this.
Okay.
Now let's build upon it, and if we keep putting it off, then we're just
And
going to
we can postpone it in 2
I
weeks?
respect that.
What I was saying is I didn't want us to go and think that because we was having a meeting that means he's got all his whistles and bells.
No.
Okay,
We're not
good.
looking for a final draft
All right,
next
we're
week.
good.
I do have a 2 o'clock on next Tuesday already on the calendar.
Okay, I was shooting for maybe in the morning on Tuesday, maybe like 10, if we can check on that.
Oh,
Yeah,
breakfast
I'll get with you
tacos.
guys with some times and dates.
They keep us breakfast tacos.
Breakfast tacos. Was that all you had? Do you have something else, Mr. Whitehorn?
No.
Okay. All right. Were you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Butcher. Mayor Perkins.
Yeah, I'll say this. My police and firemen know that I've been with them every single step of the way in this administration. I go out on calls with them. I show up on scenes. I go to, when they're changing shifts. A huge supporter, honestly. I mean, these are heroes to me. So if there is a way to give them a pay raise, I am all about it. I'm also all about the other essential workers that Shreveport has. But I just want to provide these numbers for context for you all as you decide where the revenue is coming from. My administration inherited a budget of negative $1.2 million. In the first year, magically, we turned that deficit into a $4 million surplus. So everything that I was talking about on the campaign trail and all these dynamic ideas and how we, keep the community safe and how we invest in technologies, we weren't able to do that because we didn't have any money. So there were some ideas on how we would expound on that $4 million, but this year COVID-19 hit the community and wiped away many of the gains that we made in the first year, to include that $4 million surplus. So as you think about how we're going to find additional funds, I just want you all to keep that in mind. And that's why I appreciate Councilman Nicholson and how fiscally conservative he's been, because the city needs that right now. I appreciate Councilman Green for him saying we got to identify a revenue source. And I hope those are the streams of thought that goes into how we figure out how to pay these heroes, give them the pay raises that they deserve. And that we figure out how to do that for all the essential workers who have risked their lives to keep providing services for the citizens of Shreveport throughout this pandemic.
Thank you, Mayor Perkins. Councilman Bowman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Fuller. I just, to piggyback on what the mayor just said, I just would like for you to, since it was magically, I just would like for you to get that one back out and find some more dollars to add to.
Sharika is a very smart woman, but like I said, please don't put us in the bind again is what I'm asking for.
Understood.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Just in Harry Potter. Accio money.
I got it. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Sorry, Siri. Okay. All right. Let's continue. Ms. Ewing, will you please proceed with introduction of ordinances?
Ordinance 102, amending the 2020 general fund budget, appropriating funds authorized therein. Ordinance 103, amending the City of Shreveport, Louisiana 2020 general fund budget, appropriating the funds authorized herein. Ordinance 104, amending Chapter 78, Article 2, Division 3 of the City of Shreveport, Louisiana Code of Ordinances relative to poles and wires. Ordinance 105, amending certain portions of Chapter 38.5 of the Code of Ordinances, Shreveport, Louisiana, relative to procedures for abatement. Ordinance 106, levying and authorizing the collection of various taxes totaling 17.770 mils per dollar on all properties subject to ad valorem taxation within the City of Shreveport, Louisiana for the year 2020, and the amounts and for the purposes described herein. Ordinance 107, levying and authorizing the collection of a tax of 9.040 mils per dollar on all properties subject to ad valorem taxation within the bounds of the Downtown Development District of the City of Shreveport, Louisiana, as defined by LARS 332740.38 for the year 2020, and the amounts and for the purposes described herein. Ordinance 108, levying and authorizing the collection of a tax of 8.8180 mils per dollar on all properties subject to ad valorem taxation within the City of Shreveport, Louisiana for the year 2020 for the purpose of paying principal and interest on the outstanding general obligation bonds of the City of Shreveport.
Is there a motion to
So moved.
introduce? It's from Councilman Green.
Second.
Second from Councilman Nicholson. Let's continue, Ms. Ewing, with our ordinances on second reading and final passage.
Madam Vice Chair, may I briefly address ordinance 104?
I don't know.
Briefly.
We're hungry.
I understand.
Go ahead, Councilman Nicholson.
Ordinance 104, if adopted, will require utilities and other companies that have poles and wires on city property to provide us an annual accounting of who owns the poles and who owns the wires. We've all heard from the city engineer over the past 18 months about the fact that when there are problems in the right-of-way, we often don't know who owns the pole or the other structure that needs to be addressed. I understand that several of you have been contacted by representatives of both AT&T and SWEPCO. Certainly, I want industry's input on the details of this legislation, but I hope that we can come up with something that everybody can live with and which gives the city the information it needs to manage repairs and other issues with third-party assets on our right-of-way. The motivation for my introducing this legislation is that I saw that Dallas has had a similar ordinance in place for half a century. There's no reason that we should not require the same of our partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Nicholson.
Chairman,
Not yet,
Madam
Councilman.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to speak if it's okay.
Yes, sir. Please do.
In regards to 104, I want to go on record saying this is a well-written ordinance, and I'm against delaying it. I think that it's well-written and has exactly what the city needs. So I would like to ask my colleagues to join with me and not postpone it.
Well, I will convey your compliments to the author, Chairman Fleury, which was not me, of course, at least in terms of being the scrivener. But this is being introduced today, and so I hope we can take it up in 2 weeks and pass it at that time.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Fleury. All right. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Ordinance 81, adding a new section 50-135.3 to Chapter 50, Article 2, Division 5 of the City of Shreveport, Louisiana Code of Ordinances relative to reporting lost and stolen firearms.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Councilman Nicholson, a second from Councilman Butcher. Is there any discussion?
Both Republicans.
Councilman Bowman? Do you feel like you were satisfied with your questions from last?
Yes. No, it wasn't, but
Not to push you, but you know how sometimes I have to be the one to talk while you stay calm? I want you to talk on this one so I don't have to say anything.
no, I defer to you this time.
I don't know where to start. I'm just, I understand the intent, and I understand that other municipalities have, New Orleans has this, but I feel like there's a trajectory that we're missing, and I can't put my finger on it.
Can we postpone until you get your finger on it?
Well, I mean, we had 2 weeks with it, and I don't know if that's gonna.
Well, I'll just say, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
We're all subject to the will of the majority. That's how this works around the horseshoe. This legislation, as I said a couple of weeks ago, will simply require anybody who owns a firearm and discovers that it has been lost or stolen to make a report to the police. That's something that every responsible gun owner should do anyway. This just provides a little extra encouragement for them to do what they ought to do. I've talked to the police chief, I've talked to the mayor. I think they both think this is reasonable legislation. If you think people shouldn't have to report lost or stolen firearms to the police, then a no vote is appropriate. If you think that they should have to, then a yes vote is the way to go.
It's not that I don't think they should have to. It's that I feel like, for the most part, the situations and circumstances that occur, they already do when they're making the report for whatever other theft might have happened.
I'm confident that people do not always make those reports, and I would like to provide them a little extra encouragement. That's my motivation.
Mayor Perkins?
Yeah, I mean, this is an attempt to curb, the illegal use of guns. I support it.
All right.
Councilman Nicholson, why would you think that they would not? For what reason are you saying that they would not report those guns?
Sometimes people own firearms who are not supposed to, and they don't report them because they weren't supposed to have them in the first place. Sometimes people don't think it is worth the trouble to make a report and are concerned, even though they were lawfully possessing the weapon, they think they perhaps were negligent in not securing the weapon, and so they think they might incur liability by making the report. But again,
can we get the police chief up here to talk about this?
Certainly, yes, sir. Please.
While he's on his way up there, about 2 years ago, I had a gun stolen out of my vehicle in the Brooks's parking lot. The door was locked. I think that there were some other things in there that they wanted, but they did steal the gun, and it is somewhat time consuming. I got home, went to take the gun out, the gun wasn't there, went back to check to make sure the gun was, that I didn't leave it at the house for some reason. And it took about, 45 minutes to an hour for an officer to get out there, and it was somewhat time consuming. So I think that you're right, that they just, some people may not, just say, hey, it's a $250 gun. Why go to the trouble of reporting it? I'm not gonna be able to claim it on my insurance. So I agree with you on that.
Chief?
Yeah, so if I could, just what I hope to see come from the legislation is people take more of a, I hate to use the word ownership, they know they own a weapon. A lot of people don't keep up with serial numbers of things that they own, and that applies to firearms as well. And so I can just tell you from the police standpoint, which you come across fairly often, is you find an individual that's got an illegal weapon, but it's only illegal because they're concealing it without a permit, but it's not reported as stolen, even though they didn't buy the weapon. If it's not reported as stolen, that's a misdemeanor charge. Right now, they don't even go to jail. If they do, they walk in the jail and meet you out the back porch, and you wave at them when you get back in the service. If it's a stolen weapon, it's a felony charge, and they stay in jail for a while. So from a enforcement perspective, it would be beneficial, I'm hoping, for people that own weapons to keep up with serial numbers because they realize that they have to report it, and then that will benefit us when we get these illegal weapons off the streets, that perhaps that person will spend a little more time in jail and decrease violent crime.
Well, and I'll just say in conclusion that I'm all ears for any other ideas that anybody else around the horseshoe has for additional legislation to address gun violence, but I just know that I can sit on my back porch in South Highlands and I hear gunshots multiple times a week now. I mean, I told Councilman Butcher today that I was woken up twice in the middle of the night by gunfire, lying in my bed. So this
I mapped them out Saturday.
Come to Queensburg next week.
Well, I know. Well, listen. That's what this is a citywide problem. It's everybody.
Yeah, I mapped it out. I went on Google Maps Sunday morning, and it was everywhere.
So this is a very small step, but I think it's a good step, and so I ask for your support.
You know what it really is? I'm just suspicious as a Democrat anytime a Republican is the one bringing the gun control.
I try to hold hands with everybody up here, and you won't let me.
You notice I seconded it.
I know. I just.
That's the other red flag. All right, I call for the. Thank you,
Councilwoman
Chief.
Fuller, I, not because of Nicholson, but because of the police chief, I think I might.
That was gratuitous, Councilman Bowman, but I guess
All right,
that's all
let's
right.
vote.
So my story is
Nah. No.
We got a yes from Councilman Fleury. And that is going to pass 6-1.
I get an extra slice of pizza today.
You need an NRA card?
You better walk an extra
they
mile
revoked it,
tomorrow
that's
then
right.
too. Get those steps in if you have an extra pizza.
Ordinance 83, authorizing the mayor to execute a lease of city-owned property located at 1126 Texas Avenue, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71101 in Caddo Parish to Man in Black LLC for improvements to the subject property, including creation of an entrepreneurial space and additional public parking for purposes which benefit the public.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Councilman Bowman, a second from Councilman Green. Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. That passes unanimously.
Ordinance 85, a series ordinance pursuant to the general bond ordinance authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $50 million of taxable water and sewer revenue refunding bonds in one or more series of the city of Shreveport, state of Louisiana, establishing certain details of such bonds as required by the general bond ordinance, approving and confirming the sale of such bonds, pledging the net revenues of the system to secure such bonds, prescribing the form, certain terms, and conditions of said bonds.
So moved.
Second.
So motion from Councilman Bowman, a second from Councilman Green. Any discussion?
Yes. Request to withdraw.
Okay.
So moved.
The counter motion to withdraw and a second from Nicholson, a second from the chair. Call for the vote. Councilman Floyd. And that passes unanimously. Let's continue.
Ordinance 91, amending Chapter 66, Article 3, Section 66-144 of the Code of Ordinances relative to the Health Benefits Plan, correction of errors in payments.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion from Councilman Green, a second from Councilman Nicholson. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. That passes unanimously.
Ordinance 92, to amend Chapter 50, Article 5 of the City of Shreveport, Louisiana Code of Ordinances regarding the effective date of the Smoke-Free Air Act and to otherwise provide with respect thereto.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion from Councilman Bowman, a second from Councilman Green. For the sake of discussion, I want to say that I want to go on the record as saying I am supporting this particular legislation because it is cohesive with having everyone have the same effective date.
What?
And that is completely on brand with my original feeling on this legislation.
Get out of here.
I know, right?
Go ahead, Council Lady.
All right. I call for the vote. I haven't been called council lady in a minute. And that passes 6-1.
Bear me under dirt.
Ordinance 93,
Go
amending
put you on top of it.
the 2020 Airport Enterprise Fund budget.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilman Green, a second from Councilman Bowman. Any discussion? Call for the vote. Councilman Fleury. Councilman Fleury. And that's unanimous. Let's continue.
Ordinance 94, amending the 2020 Capital Projects Fund budget.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilman Green, a second from Councilman Bowman. Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Councilwoman Taylor. Oh, sorry.
And that passes unanimously. Let's continue.
Ordinance 95, amending the 2020 Capital Projects Fund budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion from Councilman Green, a second from Councilman Bowman. Call for the vote. That passes unanimously. Let's continue.
Ordinance 96, amending the 2020 general fund budget.
So move.
Second.
It's Councilman Green, second from Councilman Bowman. Call for the vote. You got this down to a science now, Chairman. All right. That passes unanimously. Let's continue.
Ordinance 97, amending the 2020 grant special revenue fund budget.
So move.
Second.
Councilman Green, a second by Councilman Butcher. It's coming from over here. About to check
right.
for the
I'll
tenor
let
of
'em
y'all's
have it.
voices.
I let them have it.
All right. Call for the vote.
Subway token booth.
Okay, I don't think I said call for the vote. Okay. All right.
I know, for real. Like, you know, Queen.
I'm gonna end up with a wrinkle right here from having my eyebrows up, just trying to see what's going on. And that passes unanimously.
Ordinance 98, amending the 2020 the budget for the general fund, appropriating the funds authorized therein.
So move.
Second.
Councilman Green, and a second from Councilman Bowman. Call for the vote. And that passes unanimously. Let's continue.
Ordinance 99, amending the 2020 general fund budget.
So move.
Second.
Councilman Green, second by Councilman Bowman.
Madam Chair, I'm trying to push my button.
Discussion from Councilman Butcher.
Exactly, Chief Whitehorn, what does this do exactly?
Let me pull it up.
I wasn't at the meeting last time. Is this?
I'm gonna have to get Gary Norman in here because it really doesn't explain it enough for me to adequately try to address it, unless Casey can.
It says something about city courts. What?
No, we're on 99, right?
No, that's not court. That's golf.
No, this is Public Works.
Okay. I'm talking about the one about city courts. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one.
Oh.
I'm glad it was you and not me.
Yeah, sorry.
The one about city court.
It's
All
running
right.
together.
So did we get him? We don't have him.
I made a motion.
Okay, it was Green and then Bowman.
Yeah,
And so we can call for the vote. And that's unanimous. And let's continue.
Ordinance 100, amending the 2020 general fund budget.
So move.
Second.
Motion from
That's the one I
Councilman
wanna
Green,
know
a
about.
second from Councilman Bowman, discussion from Councilman Butcher.
I think, can Casey, Mr. Brown, can you
Yeah.
speak to that? Okay.
And basically what that is for the courts, we basically included an additional 239,000 into their budget. And what they're basically doing is basically repaying us for the amount that we included in the 2020 budget. Normally, we add it back in based on the amount that they spend. This year, we included it in the budget. So basically, we're basically being reimbursed for the amount that we included in the budget for 2020.
So it's not really affecting their budget in a negative way. It's a net, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. It's a wash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. So we call for the vote. Councilman Fleury.
The muted eye.
Got a muted eye, okay. And that passes unanimously. Let's continue.
Ordinance 101, amending certain portions of Chapter 38 of the Code of Ordinances, Shreveport, Louisiana, relative to housing and property standards, and there is one amendment. This amendment removes changes to Chapter 38.5 of the Code of Ordinances to solely reflect an amendment to Chapter 38 as reflected in the title of the legislation.
So move. Second.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
Okay, hold on a minute.
So move on the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment, that was Green, that was all of y'all.
Yeah.
So who's claiming it? Nicholson, and
Bowman
then
have
second
second.
from Bowman. And that's on the amendment. I call for the vote.
So moved on the ordinance.
Y'all are excited about weed abatement.
I want to change that.
Miss Thea made it sound so exciting, so I just had to hear it jump.
And that passes unanimously. And now a motion
So
for,
move on the ordinance as
as
amended.
amended from Councilman Green,
Second.
second from Councilman Butcher. And don't none of y'all better vote no.
Aye.
Tell Mr. Green he got his weed abatement legislation. Passes unanimously. And that concludes our ordinances.
So move on, it's almost 7 o'clock.
You gotta go cook.
No.
Ms. Ewing, is there
I got-
any tabled
I'm gonna just eat
legislation to
these
move
chips.
from the table today?
Not that I'm aware of.
Turn page my little script. We have no property standards or ABO appeals. We have an appeals case, wait, we do? We have an appeal case to consider today?
It's been asked that this be postponed. There were some delays in the
Yes.
Postal Service.
We're gonna postpone that.
So moved.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
So moved.
Motion to postpone the appeal from Councilman Bowman and the second by Councilman Green. All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. You're on the board, Councilman Bowman. Is that old?
No, that's for, I'm down for additional comments.
Okay. So we have any other appeals?
No other appeals.
Okay. Reports from officers, boards, committees. Councilman Bowman?
Nope.
Not yet, you're holding it?
Down, yeah.
Okay.
Additional.
Anyone else? I know that we've got public safety coming up.
10 o'clock on next, what did we say?
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
I think that it would be nice if a lot of what we got today from engineering, while I appreciate that we needed it and he was thorough and he was prepared, I'm wondering if it might not be, if we might be able to open a channel for doing that in infrastructure in the future, so we can get, because a lot of it, we might want to be even more thorough and ask more questions, and then be able to have a shorter presentation in the council meeting,
Yeah,
if that's amenable.
yeah, we agree with you.
I really appreciate that we were able to get all that out on the table today, because there was a lot of stuff that we wanted to flesh out about our relationship with the previous project manager. And I think that we could get even more thorough in the future if we do it in infrastructure. So let's chat about that when we can. Anyone else for committees, any of that?
We are due and overdue for an audit and finance committee meeting.
Yes,
I'm
we
going
are.
to try to schedule that before our next council meeting. I'll be in touch.
Anyone else? Mrs. Ewing, is there a clerk's report?
Yes, we received the following appointment letters via email on August 6th. Human Resource Personnel Board, Coretta Smith Kimball, and City Attorney Ron Latier. We also received an additional letter on August 7th via email after the agenda was published, and that was for Mr. William Daniel for the Director of Department of Water and Sewerage.
Councilman Green, will you yield just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
With our city attorney leaving, sadly on the 14th, I'm gonna miss you.
Thank you. Miss y'all too.
If
Are
you
we
say-
okay to wait 2 full weeks, or do we need to try to schedule a special meeting?
Madam Chair, I'll say that, as I indicated during the meeting today, I fully support Mr. Latier's nomination as city attorney. I think that it is just not generally good practice for us to suspend the rules.
Well, I'm not saying that we suspend the rules today, but I'm
Okay.
wondering if we have, because it's a 10-day layover, right? And 2
It's
weeks is
2
longer
weeks.
than that. And I'm asking if it would be appropriate to suggest a special meeting to take that up, or if we want to just leave it be. I'm asking for your opinions as my colleagues.
I mean, that was my reason for asking if they could transpire any information or whatever they needed to ahead of time and make sure we had a perfect
Madam Vice
transition.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm asking a question. Can the mayor, or would you check for me? Can the mayor appoint Mr. Latier as temporary interim until we confirm him? Is that possible?
I think that's a question for the city attorney. Do I have that authority? I think before we've encountered something like this, and the person had to be a employee already, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. In order for Mr. Latier to be an interim city attorney, he would already have to be an employee of the city attorney's office. So unfortunately, that is not the case. Again, although I am leaving on Friday in anticipation of there being some lag time, because I experienced that when I became city attorney. I made sure that I put together a very comprehensive document to help cover any issues that may arise if council chooses to either suspend the rules or not suspend the rules. I wanted the mayor to be covered and the council to be covered as well in the event that there was an absence.
Yeah, and an emergency, a special meeting, sorry, not an emergency meeting, but a special meeting is an option on the table that still gives the public time to comment if they have any.
So long as it doesn't involve suspending the normal period,
Right.
I'm agreeable to a special meeting if the mayor would like that.
If it's acceptable and appropriate, if we have the procedures in place to be able to call that meeting, let's talk about it, I guess, over.
Now,
we can
John,
either-
John, you just said that like it was up to you. We can sit here and vote and change it now with some other votes. So don't make it seem like it's just up to you, the way
Well,
you
no,
just
I'm
said it.
I'm asking.
Councilman
I'm
Bowman,
Mr. Nicholson made
the
it
chair
seem
asked
like
for my
that.
opinion and I gave it.
Well, I'm
okay.
asking for everyone's
Okay.
opinion. My suggestion would be that we take it up in a special meeting, but I want to make sure that you all are okay with that so that we don't lose too much continuity with that lag.
When would the special meeting be?
It would need to be at that 10-day, that 10-day point. So we're still going to have some days missing.
Madam Vice Chair, I believe your rules state that it has to be 2 weeks. I've been hearing
2 weeks from the day that we got the
2 weeks
information, and
from
2
the-
weeks from today.
2 weeks from the date that you received the confirmation.
So what day would that be?
That was
That-
on the 6th.
Yeah, so that would be on the 20th. And that would be, the next meeting would be on the 25th.
I think that it would make more sense to try to get him in on the 20th instead of wait till the 25th. We're still losing some days, but that at least gets him in the office before the 25th.
That's fine. I don't want the record to be confused. I don't have a dog in the hunt. I just want to make sure that we're quoting
Well, I
the
want to
right
make sure we do
rule.
it right.
Okay.
Are y'all?
It's a
Y'all
lot
can
of
say
work.
no
It's a
now.
lot of work that goes to that city attorney's office. 5 days is a lifetime. So if y'all are amenable to doing it, then I'm okay with it as well. And that gives, again, 2 weeks as well for anybody with any objections to Attorney Latier to come forward.
Well, then let's just say now, for the sake of while we're here, and I know we need to go to executive session, that we all seem to be in agreement that we would like a special meeting on the 20th, so that we can get him confirmed.
Right. Not that I don't have faith in Zelda and the rest of the staff that we have there, but we are short a few assistant attorneys. Am I correct?
That's correct. We are
so-
short an assistant city attorney, and we'll be short, another body.
Okay. We agree.
And I'm understanding that and know that it's still going to be a sacrifice, but I also know that we don't want to take any risks with suspending the rules.
Agree.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, Mayor Perkins, do you have, oh wait, was that the end of your clerk's report? Was that all of your clerk's report?
Yes, that is all. And what time on the 20th
Do we need to set it now, or can we be surveyed by phone?
Yeah. What time is the commission meeting?
9 o'clock.
There is a commission meeting that
9
day. We'll have
o'clock.
to verify the
Do
time.
we have it at 9 o'clock?
Councilman Green wants 9 o'clock, so 9 a.m.
I'll check and make sure the chamber is available for that time and let you guys know.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock?
10:01.
10 o'clock. Y'all miss Bob Barker a lot, don't you? Mayor Perkins, do you have any additional communication?
I do not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member?
I want to say congratulations to my sister. She just had an 8-pound, 13-ounce baby boy. So now I have another little cheese.
There you go.
Oh,
Congratulations.
yes.
Congratulations.
Baby Kingston.
Councilman Green.
I did have
Chief Raymond and Chief Wolverton, next council meeting, would you all bring those heroes to the council meeting to be recognized that performed such a great heroic act in my district? Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm like, I can't.
Would
You pop up there. I thought that was old.
Would you all pass the word on to them that I am grateful to them? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Green. Councilman Bowman, because he was a pop. I'm gonna do like you used to do. He was a pop out of that chair.
Just about to get out of it. I just want to say that I did want to see Miss Featherston after for just a brief moment, but I also want to. I think this is your last council meeting as well. I want to thank you for your service, ma'am. I see that you have prepared yourself to leave. I sat here and watched you lose a little weight and cut your hair and change your hairstyle, all that. So you got yourself together to move on. So I just want to say congratulations to you and thank you for thank you for your service, ma'am.
Ms.
Thank you, Ms.
Featherston, thank you for
Featherston.
getting Dunlap in Portland
Any other
completed. Yes, I
Councilwoman
wanted
Taylor?
to tell her congratulations. Thank you for getting Dunlap in Portland completed. And Makisha, I'm gonna miss you.
Oh, I'll miss y'all too.
I need to ask an ethical question.
Councilman Green.
This is a gift from somebody, and it doesn't have, normally it's supposed to have a label or something on it. Do we take these or do we leave them?
Does this have a monetary value?
Yeah, it has a
From a prohibited source?
I just want to know.
I mean, would you prefer to say the Inquisitor on it?
Well, I'm just saying, it has to have something or we can't take it.
Right.
Because it has a monetary value.
Yeah, and from a prohibited source.
Okay. Yeah, that is true. Never thought about that.
Y'all are.
Are y'all asking me for a last hurrah?
Hey, Jerry, can we get an opinion from the lawyer? I'm gonna leave mine right here. That's you right.
All right. Are there any other items from my colleagues before we move to executive session?
Ms. Barber, did you have anything you want to say? I'm sorry, I was laughing, but I was serious. Did you have anything you want to say before we leave?
And Ms. Barber, why are you coming? I didn't know that was you back there.
Because she had lost her way to cut her hair and all that stuff.
I noticed that haircut. I'm like, got curls, some
Yeah,
good
got
bounce
us
going.
some curls and changed the color a little bit. New walk, okay.
I was thinking you was one of the lawyers that was going to be in the executive session.
I mean, y'all haven't seen me since March, remember? I mean, think about that. I mean, it's been, this has been quite a challenge for everyone in the city, for the council, and for the administration. This pandemic has really changed a lot of lives, and we're. Yeah, that's a little distracting, but that's okay. I just want to thank you guys. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you. I'm looking forward to my new opportunity with the state. It's a huge region that I'll have to cover. It was a very difficult decision. My staff know that I love them and I love my job, and I love what I do, and I know that it's not always been perfect, and there have been issues. But for each of those issues, there's 100 good things that we've done that go unrecognized. I appreciate, those of you and Chief Wolverton talking about all of the staff deserve raises. That's something that is going to have to be looked at, because we all bleed people day in and day out. When your department stays 10 to 20 and even almost 30% vacant, now with COVID, it's hard to get things done when I have 2 crews that can do leaks in the city right today. It's been a challenge. Things again haven't been perfect, but we have staff on board that are really trying to make things better. And I appreciate the mayor and his staff have been just absolutely wonderful, very thoughtful, and very supportive of everything that we've done. And I'll still be around.
Thank you, Ms. Featherston.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Creel, did you have anything, ma'am? I know you do.
I just want to tell everyone thank you. This has been an incredible experience serving with each of you guys. Take care of my people, Thea. We've got a great group. I echo what Barbara said. I personally feel like my people are some of the most deserving in the city. They work very hard. It can often be a very thankless job, but it's a great job, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve. And again, I am just a block away. And so feel free to share your cakes and snacks and whatever other goodies you would like to impart. I would welcome them greatly, and I'll miss y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Creel.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to know when you get that cake. I'm coming to get cake. No vegan cake. We want real butter.
I want real sugar and butter.
Like Sammy said, you're gonna get margarine. I want to throw the margarine so that you can see the butterfly.
Check and see.
All right.
I'll check and see if Whole Food got something like that.
Let's see. Oh, they got that good chantilly cake.
Yeah, I know.
All right. I think we're past all the communications. We have an executive session. We have a request from the city attorney to go into executive session to discuss the following: Life Share Blood Center versus City of Shreveport, suit number 600. How do you say that? 6222-941. Okay. First Judicial Court, Caddo Parish, and Kathy Woods et al. Versus City of Reno, Nevada, suit 3:1616 CV 00494, United States District Court, Western District of Louisiana.
I'll explain.
Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
That's from Green, second by Butcher. Call for the vote.